But yes, you already know why I'm blasting off because, go interact with this tweet. Let the people know. Bring him in. I was also watching. I watched a clip about the land ownership structure in Singapore versus Hong Kong. Yeah, remember like 5 years ago when USians were freaking out about the Chinese social credit system that didn't exist? There's been a widespread misconception. Oh yeah, even Wikipedia openly says it now. Which is ironic because we here in the West are trying to create a digital identification structure. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we'll be constantly watching and recording everything that's going on, says Larry Ellison. Yeah, Palantir is trying to design that structure. We say it's happening in China, and then we do it ourselves. It's like the JD Vance meme. It's like, oh, you can't say Winnie the Pooh. You'll get thrown in prison in China. They don't have Winnie the Pooh in China. Meanwhile, people are being denied entry into the fucking country for JD Vance memes. Yeah, talk about Israel, and then you'll see. Talk about Israel, and then you'll see what's up about the limitations of free speech in the United States of fucking America. Okay, it's awesome. Anyway, there's been widespread misconception that China operates nationwide and unitary social credit score based on individual behavior, leading to punishment if the score is too low. Media reports in the West have sometimes exaggerated or inaccurately described this concept. This is from fucking Wikipedia now, by the way. The clarification comes later, but the misinformation is already set in. Again, Wikipedia, not exactly pro-China by any metric, right? In 2019, the central government voiced dissatisfaction with pilot cities experimenting with social credit scores. It issued guidelines clarifying that citizens could not be punished for having low scores and that punishment should only be limited to legally defined crimes and civil infractions. As a result, pilot cities either discontinued their point-based systems or restricted them to voluntary participation with no major consequences for having low scores. According to a February 2022 report by the Mercator Institute for China Studies, a social credit score is a myth, as there is no score that dictates a citizen's place in society. The origin of the concept can be traced back to the 1980s when the Chinese government attempted to develop a personal banking and financial credit rating system, especially for rural individuals and small businesses who lack documented records. The program first emerged in the early 2000s, inspired by the credit scoring systems in other countries, the United States of America. The program initiated regional trials in 2009 before launching a national pilot with 8 credit scoring firms in 2014. And then it was packed up. Why is Pooh Bear a bad thing? It's not. I think dude, you want to know who unironically nailed from their own personal experience with China? You want to know who unironically nailed like how things work in China and how things go in China? It was the fucking Nelk Boys. So the Nelk Boys actually went to China before I went to China. Well, not all of them, because Steiny couldn't go into China. He was denied entry. But the rest of the Nelk Boys actually went to China. Okay? So hold on. Let me find the TikTok because I think I liked it, but let me see if I can find it real quick. Because I wanted to show you. Like they have a pretty solid understanding of how things work. But I don't know if I can find it actually. Let me see. Let me see if I can. What is this link? Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna search it. Nelk, China. Maybe I can find it. Where was it? Oh, here. This is the one I saw.
I kind of said I would never go to China.
For what reason?
I just didn't know about the political climate there. When you go through the border and it's like, does my name pop up and it shows that like we've done shit with Trump and like you can't do anything here. Like if you fuck up and you go to jail, like we don't have any power here, bro.
Okay, but so from the outside looking in, because you guys were posting stories and like you guys were partying.
Right. That's why I initially didn't want to go to China. But conclusion about China is this: you can't do one thing there. You cannot talk about the government. That's it.
Yeah, the video I saw was him basically saying everything else is chill. And it's kind of it's not necessarily wrong. I think it's the Nelk Boys. So obviously they're not giving the best possible, like they haven't developed the best possible understanding, but there is some validity to the way he is describing it. It's not even it's something that I would say is the most like brain breaking aspect of like regular Chinese existence as a Westerner, because we have this social libertarianism in the West, 100% in comparison to the way things work in China. And that is basically don't talk about the party, don't talk about individual leaders within the party, but you can talk about policy all day, every day. Okay? You can talk about policy all day, every day. You can talk about foreign policy, but as long as you don't openly, make a mockery of Xi Jinping or Mao or any number of different people, which, by the way, I don't even agree with, for the record. I'm saying that this is the one thing. This is the one thing that, as an American, it's like brain breaking for me, where I'm like, when someone tells me I can't do something, I'm like, I want to do it extra hard, like a petulant little child, right? And it's crazy because it's like, it's crazy because it's like there is a level of like social enforcement, and there's a level of self-censorship that exists for that reason. And I think that's like the only aspect that I mean, there's other, foreign policy and domestic policy differences that I have, the criticisms that I have for China that I talk about all the time. But the element of like social repression of that sort is brain breaking for the mind of the average American, right? That's it. It's cultural. It's the same reason why families aren't allowed to bag on the father of the family. There is a cultural element to it, but there's also, this Topshi is actually correct here. It says you cannot be seditious or advocate for overthrow of the government and the system. You can bitch about your local CCP branch for not fixing potholes. And Chinese people are very open about, bitching about the local CCP branch not fixing the fucking potholes. As a matter of fact, they have more power over their immediate policymakers and legislators than we do here in America. But when it comes to the tippy top of the political structure, then you can't be shitting on them openly. And I personally think it's fucking ridiculous. Make no mistake. I don't, from my perspective, that is annoying. Is it a valuable trade-off for material improvements for the average person? I think plenty of Chinese people who are very happy with their government seem to think so. Okay. And that's precisely the reason why every single Harvard study that has been conducted in China about people's satisfaction with their government usually gets infinitely higher marks than, we do in the West. But, it's not even a necessary trade-off. It's not like mutually exclusive, right? You can have both. I believe you can have both, and I wish we could have both. But, in America, we're moving in the direction of not having either, which is probably the worst of both worlds. In America, you can critique the politician, but not the policy. In China, you can critique the policy, but not the politician. Yeah, that's a pretty solid way to explain it. Are they not scared shitless of criticizing the government, though? You can critique policy here, too. I know, but I'm saying you can critique the policy here. It's just not going to be heard. That's the difference. Yeah, you can. I do it every day. I do it professionally. It literally amounts to nothing. Okay, that's the problem. But is it helpful to critique the politician? I mean, it makes us feel. It makes us feel as though this is a liberated system. That's for sure. Can openly get on Chinese social media and say Taiwan should be free. I don't know. I don't. Probably not. Social media has like a lot more censorship for sure. Yeah, social media has a lot more censorship. But see, that's the American brain, right? Immediately you're like, ooh, there are things I can't say. I must say them, right? Like I get it. I understand. I'm the same way. I'm the same fucking way. You can disrespect the troops all day, every day in America, right? People will yell at you, but you're not going to like be arrested for it, right? Like you can get banned for it, but you're not going to get arrested for it. And I guess, yet, let's just say yet. In any case, yeah, might get a tasteful ban for it. This is the Tucker versus Pierce conversation. If the critique is shit slinging, then it's pointless. If you're going to complain about the top, you better have a slideshow and a plan on how to do it better. No low quality rage baits, and I'm all for that. No, I mean, the thing is, like, it's the hypothetical of, it's the what ifs of the situation. What if there is actually a moment? What if there is a real moment where there is room for improvement in terms of civil liberties, and you actually speak out against it, and then you're punished for it? That is the very real issue here. But I guess the argument here in America is, once again, Israel, right? Like, there is plenty of room for improvement in terms of American existence, and when you do fucking criticize it, even if it's a valuable critique, you do get punished for it. What do you? Oh God, the Fear and Bilibili upload was edited to take out the part where you guys talk about Caroline's vagina, but talking about the conversation of the removal of gay apps wasn't a problem. Yeah, but that's just TOS for different platforms. TOS for different platforms make it so that there's like enforced modesty, I guess. You value the ability to openly criticize so much that you've forgotten the value of ability to actually make changes. Our people ask and they receive. Your people ask and you're proud. You can keep asking. No, okay, you need to understand something. I'm working through the motions here. I'm not saying that I'm saying you should be able to have both. I think the perfect synthesis would be a structure where you do have that freedom, okay? Where you do have that freedom, but you also simultaneously get the results, but you have no motion. I agree, because it goes back to the same dynamic. In China, the government controls flows of capital. In America, the flows of capital control the government. In America, you have two major parties, and neither of them abide by the wishes of the public. They do not enforce, like the American two-party system makes Americans feel as though they have a democratic say in the process. But when push comes to shove, there is always a uniparty consensus on issues that pertain to the material needs of the working class. And it's always capital that wins that battle. In China, there is tremendous control over flows of capital, and it's in the hands of the government. Can you help me understand the political versus economic positions in China? It just seems their government ideology contradicts their economic policies. Wait, what do you mean? Marx was concerned about the crises of overproduction, which is clearly happening in China. China is producing cheap goods at a rate faster than anywhere else in the world. This is peak capitalism, I fear. How can China pivot away from this? Do you think they should? Is it possible in the global economy for them? I just don't see how it's sustainable. I think the overproduction or manufacturing capabilities in China was specifically designed for a mechanism of survival and to carve out a place for themselves in the global in the international structure. But that's not overproduction for profit. Like the Chinese government doesn't end up engaging in overproduction specifically for a profit incentive. I don't think the idea that China is just doing capitalism better than us is correct. I don't agree with that. Because if that was the case, then, you know, they wouldn't have dealt with like the overproduction crisis or the housing bubble that took place, right? Like they would have no control over that sort of thing. Anyway, where was I? The polls don't mean anything if we can't get people who support Medicare for all into the Senate. No, I agree with you. And even then, the battle is not over, even at that point, right? Any theories about why Thanksgiving yesterday was less adversarial than last year's? Was it the election? I don't know. Someone was saying that, I can't remember, but like last year when we talked about Israel, Cenk was more adversarial as well. And I think his positions have actually changed a little bit on that. Maybe it's just a crumb of hope that Cenk also got. I was genuinely surprised. He says Zoran was to the left of him on issues. Like that was actually surprising. And there wasn't as much of an overt focus on crime and all of these other things that like all these other levers that Republicans pull on. And that's part of the reason why. Because I think even Cenk is more open about, even he's more open to the argument that I have always maintained, which is that like trans issues and things of that nature should never really be a main point of contention for either party. And that the Democrats should be actively pushing for left economic populism at the forefront of their campaigns, and then tell people like this is not, this is not a trade-off for you. Like you want healthcare, you're gonna get healthcare, but also trans people are gonna get healthcare too, and you can't fucking yell at them for existing. So that's what it is. I think the Red Vienna video actually made him reconsider his position more than he let on. Yeah, it is still a shame to see someone who's been doing this for so long be like, well, we should study it and we should utilize it, and then he's like surprised by the fact that this concept already is implemented in other places. When Jank doing political debate the right way, I agree. Like that is somewhat of a reactionary attitude that people have. Like this is something that I at least see from like right wingers in general, which is like, oh, it just won't work here for some reason. It's like, no, you just believe that it won't work here. When is Ezra going to have you on New York Times? That'd be really interesting. I agree, but I don't know. Ezra, I'm waiting. He has too much optimism about right-wing populism. I agree. I think he thinks like the main enemy is the establishment liberals and the establishment conservatives. And I think that, I think that is, there's truth to that animosity. There's truth to that anger and resentment. Like he's not entirely wrong, but I don't think that it's like a unified effort from like the sloppulist right, because I think the sloppulist right is mere seconds away from flipping back to establishment Republican positions. I think that's the higher priority there. I don't know. Yeah, Vienna is homogenous. That's why social housing works there, except it's not. and the like ethnic background or the national identity of people has no bearing on the social safety nets working or not working. It's just a matter of funding it. Like I go back, it's a joke. Yes, it is a joke. I go back and forth on this stuff a lot, and it's somewhat frustrating for myself as well. Like, because there was a tweet that I saw yesterday that I think is correct, but not in the way that the people that were receiving that tweet understood it, right? About high-speed rail never working in the United States of America because it would have to go through a national high-speed rail structure. It would have to weave through many black communities. And I think there's validity to that argument, right? This person says China has a standard viaduct design for high-speed rail and spams it. The U.S. lets every local jurisdiction have an individualized conniption. Palo Alto boomers are literally designing the route. Result: every road costs $1 billion. Now, this is a decent assessment of like one of the major hurdles. To which Samuel says, I feel like there isn't high-speed rail in America in large part because they couldn't draw a straight line from one location to the other that only went through black neighborhoods. There is truth to this statement, okay? For sure. Redlining plays a major role in the grand design of American cities, right? I mean, white flight is the reason why we have these exurbs and these suburbs, right? Like, that plays a big role in it. But what is the higher priority here? Is it white supremacy? Is white supremacy the higher priority, or is it capitalism? And I think capitalism is the higher priority, and white supremacy is used as a tool, as a divisive mechanism to never implement changes that would harm capital and capital's interests. That's what I believe, right? And the reason why I brought that up is because that very same dynamic exists with like the realignment of the right-wing populists, right? Like are they actually conceding on certain economic issues because they think genuinely that these economic issues must be solved? Or are they conceding on those economic issues because they have a higher degree of priority for white supremacist values? Or rather, they have a higher degree of priority for defending capital, but in an effort to defend capital, they must concede on some of these economic issues that actually harm capital in the short term, only to secure power and then do exactly what Hitler did, right? Or do exactly what Mussolini did, because these guys also ran as people that wanted to implement high degrees of socialization, nationalization, and control over the industrial output. But it wasn't redirected back to improving people's improving people's material conditions, improving the working poor's day-to-day existence. It was actually a mechanism of control. They used socialization for its popularity, only to then turn around and implement the same exact, reassert the same exact hierarchies that existed under capitalism. So I don't really understand how high-speed rail is bad for capital. Capital dictates short-term profits over long-term goals. And therefore, high-speed rail is very damaging for the airline industry. High-speed rail is because it provides an alternative which would lower prices, would force the airline industry that is a monopoly in many markets at this point to unironically lower their prices. High-speed rail also is a real danger to cars and car-reliant infrastructure, the oil and gas industry. Like, there is so many different incredibly important industries that high-speed rail would actually force to lower profit margins on. It requires big investment. It would actually improve flows of commerce in this country. It would unite this nation in ways that you can't even imagine. But the problem is that requires tremendous amounts of infrastructure development, tremendous amounts of investment, and a competent government that is truly invested in improving not only just like flows of commerce, but improving people's everyday existence. And because the system is designed around squeezing as much profit from every sector as possible, it would harm the insurance sector, like for car insurance and things of that nature. It would harm far too many. It would harm far too many profit-seeking capital owners and their bottom line, which is why we never get stuff like that. It's the same principle for everything. The how can we pay for it is actually a really bad argument for that reason, because like we pay for shit all the time. It's just not shit that helps you. That's it. It's just shit that helps corporations. We pay for it on a daily basis, right? It's not an accident that the average American taxpayer gives $75 to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, right? The average taxpayer pays $75 into that program. The average taxpayer pays $675 in the corporate subsidies, however. Now, one might make the argument, well, those corporate subsidies actually keep prices low, and there's truth to that. But ultimately, it's a significantly larger amount that we actually pay back to corporate profits and the corporate bottom line. Harm needs to be defined for capital because it's not real harm. It's just not maximizing gains. Yes, but that is the ultimate harm. So I guess my argument is that there is truth to this, but that is but that is how at least capital owners have consistently made people advocate against their best interests, made people advocate against policies that would improve their immediate material conditions by utilizing white supremacist ideals and white supremacist values. That's why we say white supremacy is a suicidal ideology. It's a fascist ideology. It's self-defeating, and it actually harms white people as well. This is it. White supremacy is the poison that causes white people in rural parts of the country to advocate against welfare structures that they actually benefit from. They advocate for their own demise. In any case, that is where we're at. What is this, Hank CIA? Wait, what the fuck? Why is this clip busted?
As like we're driving home in this fucking British cab on the wrong side of the goddamn road, Hassan Piker keeps playing We Are Charlie Kirk on a goddamn phone speaker and putting it in my ear.
True.
And he's like, Will, listen to this. Will. I was like, this is a CIA torture tactic. Honestly, when I die and get to hell, I feel like I'm going to be able to tank part of it because I will have experienced it before. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he was, I don't know if he described the situation that he was in mentally when I was doing that to him.
Swimming in nausea on the wrong side of a British cab with We Are Charlie Kirk on a phone speaker being pressed against my head.
I don't know why he didn't like that. That's crazy. I thought he would appreciate and enjoy the sounds. Were you drunk? Yeah, I was twisted. I was definitely zooted that night. Is that how you? Yeah, it was in Hong Kong. Is that how you feel when Caroline and Christian are singing? Yes, yes. I thought the soothing sounds of Charlie Kirk, and a celebration of Charlie Kirk would actually help him after listening to the best techno in this underground Hong Kong club that we went to. You were fighting back against Kwando. This was your trauma response by latching onto that song. Yes, it's all over TikTok now. What? We Are Charlie Kirk.
We are Charlie Kirk. We'll carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel and honor
His name. We are Charlie Kirk. It's true. Damn. She spit. She was spitting. Stavi has a trademark on keeping it twisted. I didn't know that. There's so many vids.
We are Charlie
Wait.
Kirk. We crumble in the flame.
Bloody racket. Who the hell is Charlie Kirk?
Kirk was Jesus's brother.
It's gone international, mate. Fucking hell. Wait, what did they respond with?
Racket. Who the hell is Charlie Kirk?
Kirk was Jesus's brother.
It's true. It's true. He was Jesus's brother. Hassan is compromised. You can't actually enjoy this song and be a normal human being. It's a bop, dude. There's a bossa nova remix. Okay. In my mind, I was thinking it's gonna bust in the Quando. Honestly, like I don't know. I can't be the only one who thought that it was gonna go into a Quando remix, right? We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We fight for the gospel. We'll honor His name. We are Charlie Kirk. His courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. So good. I actually unironically enjoy it. I'm sorry if you guys think that that's fucked up.
Is anybody in here? Can I sing you a song? Sure.
Going into the bathroom and syncing We Are Charlie Kirk to get over my social anxiety.
Ready? Here I go. Okay.
We are Charlie Kirk.
We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor His name. We are Charlie Kirk. Yeah, I need a vocal coach. So I can get better at singing, just so I can sing the Charlie Kirk song better. You know what I mean? That's torture. You can't get away. I get the feeling you really wanted that debate to happen now, and that missed opportunity now haunts you. Yes. This one has 1.7 million likes. Wow. Chat, is that like sarcastic, or do the singers mean it? I don't think a single person, like the initial AI music, the AI song was created by someone who thought that this would be a banger. They made it sincerely. Okay. Oh my God, this has 374,000 likes. Breaking. Erica Kirk says, I was praying to God to make me pregnant when Charlie was killed. Hell nah, this bitch is about to pass JD Vance's baby as an immaculate conception. 374,000 likes. It's over. It's over. And there is unironically, one, there's power in numbers, right? And two, there is no counter to this, right? There is no counter to this by the right. They can't do anything about it. They could just like complain and say, this is really fucked up. How dare you? But how dare yous don't, you can't really how dare you out of this, you know? You just simply cannot, how dare you, sir, your way out of this. And it's fucking over. Dude, you really have the goods if you feed and water it. Integral pipes. According to the pin post, it was made to honor Charlie. Yeah. This is Vivo Tunes team stands firmly with Erica Kirk, Charlie's family, the entire Turning Point team, and President Trump's team. Like, yeah, exactly. They made this AI shit thinking that they were honoring his name and honoring the gospel. Okay. And of course, people took it and went crazy mode with it. People took it and were like, oh, I'm gonna meme about it, you know? They thought it was a banger, and it was a banger. It's just once something like this gets put out there, it's impossible to control how people receive it. Okay. And especially when it's someone like Charlie Kirk, who immediately after his assassination, his very public assassination, people tried to create this environment of suppression and forced reverence and respect. Remember what I said about like people in the West and the brain rot that we have, where we're like petulant children in many respects, where someone tells you can't push that button, you always push that button extra hard. People responded this way partially because of the aggressive ways in which the administration tried to venerate Charlie Kirk and make people forcibly respect him. It's just never going to work. I think that if they hadn't engaged in this kind of like weird forced compliance around respecting Charlie Kirk, it just never would have, it probably wouldn't have been this aggressive. This backlash wouldn't have been as aggressive. People would have probably said, oh yeah, he fucking sucked my dick. And then everyone would have moved on regardless. And he would have been forgotten, I guess. But they Streisand affected this into a much worse version of events where there is like aggressive pushback. It's also because like ultimately, if you're Gen Z, right, and you've seen people from your generation get fucking slaughtered in schools, okay, and you're like, hey, maybe we should dial back on this gun stuff a little bit. And then people, including Charlie Kirk, are like, well, you know, some of you are going to die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make so that we can have fucking guns. Yeah, of course people are going to turn around and be like, well, okay, well, you died at a school shooting, you know? And that's precisely what happened. Reuters reported on the number of people who were fired for Charlie Kirk. At least 600 Americans lost jobs for saying stuff about Charlie Kirk, including 50 academics and university administrators. By contrast, 22 academics fired in 2020, 160 total fired for pro-Palestine views, making the Kirk crackdown the most extreme form of cancel culture so far. Yeah, there it is, you know? And yet it's funny to think how drastically things have changed. The Trump movement was really high on its own supply here and thought it somehow owned the culture, only to be firmly slapped down by the public come November. This is part of the reason why the "We Are Charlie Kirk" memes and Kirkification went insanely viral. "We Are Charlie Kirk" Kirkification memes went insanely viral. You can't expect in school shootings. You can't. You know what? Mandate reverence is better. Yeah, you can't mandate reverence for a generation that saw their classmates get slaughtered in school shootings. And that's why we carry the flame. This is part of the reason why the "We Are Charlie Kirk" and Kirkification memes went insanely viral. You can't mandate reverence for a generation that saw their classmates get slaughtered in school shootings. Boom. Pass the Kirky. I saw one of the tweets that actually took my brain out entirely was when I saw someone call giving a blowjob giving Kirk. I think that was the maximum. Like that's when I was like, oh no. Like giving neck. That was definitely the most insane version of events. We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame. 1.1 million. It's just, I think it was like a tweet where it was like Trump giving Kirk to Bubba or something. Like it also paired up Donald Trump giving head to Bill Clinton. You know what I mean? You just made this a bigger thing. I don't think I have any capability of bringing this. Like you're talking about memes on TikTok that have 1 million+ likes, brother. It's just not working. Absolutely diabolical work starting a video essay like this. Oh, is this the one that got banned on YouTube? FD Signifier did a white on white violence video about Charlie Kirk, and then he got clapped by the YouTube mods, I think. So this is dark woke. I wouldn't even say this is dark woke. I don't know, maybe. I think this is just dark in general, but right now it's in the dark woke direction. You know, it feels like it's just in the dark woke direction. but it could very easily snap into the dark anti-woke direction as well. I think it's just dark.
Transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
Now, 5 is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over
This
the
is
last
how
10
FD
years?
Signifier started his video. That is crazy. I edited and yeah, it got clapped. He thinks it's literally a Charlie Kirk fan of the YouTube review system.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
I want to watch that execution. That'll make my day better. I want to see him on a public block and get him be publicly executed. And I think that would be justice. At what age should you start to see public execution?
That's how he started his YouTube essay on white violence. That's crazy, bro. God damn, Oni, that's a meme audio.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
Donut operator is a career based on justifying videos of black people dying. What's wrong with this? Not only that, but also I'll explain if you want to understand what like the reason why this is seen as different from the broader audience, or at least like the regulators. I can explain that for you. But Donut operator also literally has a Patreon where he just shows you the uncensored gore porn of black people getting murdered by cops. Like where you want to like if you want to really see the action, you can go fucking subscribe to his Patreon. It's insane. But the difference there, of course, is that he's leaning into pre-existing forms of systematic violence, whereas Charlie Kirk being assassinated is outside of that structure, right? Charlie Kirk didn't get shot and killed, or Charlie Kirk wasn't assassinated by the government. He wasn't killed by well, as far as we know, Charlie Kirk wasn't assassinated by the American government. Okay, why are you promoting pro-assassination nonsense? Dude, stop it. Okay, your incapability of understanding my current analysis on the way that people move on from certain issues is not my problem. Okay, you go clip it, go talk about how Hassan is fucking celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination or whatever the fuck you want to do, but this is analysis. Okay, please. I know it's a filter. I know it's very difficult for you to comprehend, but analysis is not justification. Okay, I just came onto the stream and the first thing I see is you showing these lame videos. Well, okay, well then fucking shut up, okay? And keep watching, and maybe instead of chirping, because clearly your brain cannot do two things at the same time, instead of typing in the fucking chat, force yourself to hear what I'm saying. So the reason why a lot of these people can get away with like demanding more police violence against black people, against brown people, is because systematic violence is normalized in the eyes of people, right? The state has a monopoly on violence, and no matter how violent those mechanisms of enforcement can be, no matter how disproportionate and targeted those systematic forms of violence can be, for the broader audiences, for the normies, for the average person, they have a degree of normalcy for that kind of violence, right? They look at that and go, oh, that's just normal. That's just how cops operate. They have to do it. Maybe they go a little heavy-handed with it, but they have to do that nonetheless. Whereas this is a lone actor, right? This is a lone wolf, or this is not a non-state actor as far as we know, right? As far as we know. And that is precisely the reason why when someone talks about it or is coming across as like celebrating it or whatever, then there is a lot of pushback against it, especially from those who are beneficiaries of the structures of violence, or at least have a level of privilege where they don't actually find themselves in the receiving end of said structural violence, or maybe they're oblivious to the types of structural violence that they actually experience, like, you know, poor white people, for example, that think that the current capitalist organization of the economy doesn't actually create a tremendous amount of harm in their lives, as long as they can preoccupy their minds with the kinds of direct forms of violence, systematized violence from police against other groups, black people and brown people. Okay? That's it, though. That's the reason why one side can get away with saying these sorts of things. This is a dynamic that I actually explain when talking about Charlie Kirk in the immediate aftermath of his assassination, where I kept repeating to people over and over again that like Charlie Kirk can say violent things without actually making it seem as though he's an advocate for unimaginable forms of violence, because he's leaning into the pre-existing forms of violence that the state dishes out. For Americans, it is not seen as violent when the average American says, "Oh, we should bomb Iran right now," even though that is unimaginably violent. That is advocacy for a form of violence that is far more consequential than like one person killing another person. Let's be real. You are literally saying the state should go and assassinate people thousands of miles away, 200, 300 people at a fucking time, babies, children, doctors, nurses, teachers, academics, right? It's the falsely attributed to Stalin quote, which is like a million deaths, one death is a tragedy, a million deaths is a statistic. So that's what it is, right? That's what it is. That's the people do not have the capacity to understand this stuff. So they only laser in on direct forms of violence that they think is outside of they only attribute violence to things that are abnormal, right? Things that are abnormal, things that the state is not doing. There's also obviously the social murder concept that we've talked about quite a bit. When the Brian Thompson alleged Luigi Mangione shooter dynamic was taking place, social murder is seen as a norm. Even if you're the CEO of a company that is actually responsible for the deaths of so many people, you're just doing your fucking job. Whereas if someone goes and shoots you, obviously that is someone breaking the system. And people have a very negative reaction towards that, unless they are people who have been directly harmed by either Brian Thompson or someone like Brian Thompson, right? Someone actually simply, doing their role in today's incredibly cruel society. At which point, they also see that as a moment of righteous vindication. Now, obviously, my position is that adventurism is ineffective as far as making change, right? The propaganda of the deed is not a very effective mechanism to make change. I mean, look no further than what happened in the aftermath of Luigi Mangione's alleged assassination of Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare. There hasn't really been a lot of change in the direction of more healthcare. If anything, there's been less healthcare in the hands of the Republican government. That was a big deal for the fucking government shutdown that just took place, right? They are cutting the pre-existing ACA subsidies and making healthcare premiums skyrocket in this fucking country. The only way to enact change is with steadfast organizing, okay, is by creating mechanisms of pressure, mechanisms of pushback. That's just the only way that you can do it. You have to organize the working class, okay? That's how you do it. No disrespect to the anarchists who do a lot of mutual aid and direct action, but that is the reality. So, should the working class organize themselves or be organized by capital owners? What do you mean? What do you think my argument is there? What do you think my belief is there? Of course, the working class should organize itself. But in the United States of America, you also have to pay close attention to the material conditions. You have to pay close attention to where the masses are in terms of their own personal identification. The working class do not see themselves as an exploited proletariat, but instead temporarily embarrassed millionaires and billionaires in this country. And they have no class consciousness. The one class that has actually class consciousness or act out in accordance to their class interests is the capital owners in this country. All the way from the petite bourgeoisie, the small business owners, down to the mega corporation owning, board sitting CEOs in the executive suite. And they are consistently reinforcing the structures of dominance that actually dominate the working class, that divide the working class, that make themselves believe that they have an alternative out there within the confines of capitalism. Okay. Anyway, this is the last video I'm going to play until we get to the news. And here it is. We are Charlie Kirk in library prank. Even prank accounts are doing this now. His name, we are Charlie Kirk. This is hard. It's hard not. It's a bop. It's literally a bop. I'm sorry. It's a fucking bop. It's just a bop. It's a bop. Yeah. When you lost the annoying prank bros, it's over. Okay. This might make me a woke skull. Get the hell out of a library. Okay, chat. Calm down. If you think that prank is funny, you're literally 12. Well, it seems like there was 1 million plus 12-year-olds that actually like that. And yes, it's on TikTok. So there are plenty of fucking 12-year-olds that are memeing about it. Anyway, it even breached the new YN meme. I don't even understand the new YN meme. POV, you're next to YN who got owned. YN means your name, right? Or something. Like I tried to understand what this fucking meme is. Isn't this like, it means your name, right? No, not not Y/N means something different than YN. I know what YN means, dumbasses. Y/N is different. Oh my God. Why are you guys fucking arguing with me on this? It's a fanfic thing, okay? No. YN means young N-word, okay? Y/N, on the other hand, means your name in fanfic, okay? And in this context, they are talking about not young N-word. They're talking about Y/N, which means your name, as in self-inserts in fan fiction, okay? You're next to your name, who got owned in a college debate and started crying so the 8'9" Alpha Wolf Daddy CEO Schuster debate opponent. Yes. It still confuses me, though. They were about to take your head clean off. I know. Trump just deleted all of Biden's auto pen orders. Okay, we're going to do that. Don't worry. Thank God you are a politics understander, because otherwise your music taste would lead you to be Israeli. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's crazy. Why are you going to hit me with that? How are you going to hit me with that? It's fucked up. Spiritually, Israeli music taste is the most aggro.
Anguish.
It's the worst thing I've ever gotten called from this chat, dude. That's fucked up. Anyway, all right, let's get into it. So the two National Guard's members, one was a woman, the other one was a man, were shot a couple days ago in Washington, D.C., near the White House by an Afghan national who was, as we found out yesterday, a member of a CIA death squad in Afghanistan, and was properly vetted on numerous occasions, and came to the United States of America in 2021 with a bunch of other collaborators of the American occupation in Afghanistan. So one of the two members of the National Guard that got shot succumbed to her wounds yesterday, and Donald Trump announced the death of the National Guardsman Sarah Beckstrom like this.
And the horror of our entire nation at the terrorist attack yesterday in our nation's capital, in which a savage monster gunned down two service members in the West Virginia National Guard who were deployed as part of the D.C. task force, which has done such an incredible job. I mean, until yesterday, we literally had no incidents for many months. It was the safest place imaginable, and this is a different kind of crime. This is a really bad crime. Millions of Americans are praying for those heroes and their families, and I must unfortunately tell you that just seconds before I went on, right now, I heard that Sarah Beckstrom of West Virginia, one of the guardsmen that we're talking about, highly respected, young.
Dude, why is Trump also getting that same audio bug that CNN has? What the fuck is going on?
Magnificent person. Started service in June of 2023. Outstanding in every way. She's just passed away. She's no longer with us. She's looking down at us right now. Her parents are with her. It's just happened. She was savagely attacked. She's dead. She's not with us. Incredible person. Outstanding in every single way, in every department. Just horrible. As you know, the other young man is fighting for his life. He's in very bad shape. He's fighting for his life, and hopefully we'll get better news with respect to him.
Some liberals thought Trump was behind this attack to boost his support. Yeah, it's just not going to work, though. I don't think this is going to have a rallying around the flag effect. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's just not. And yeah, he's definitely cooked. No matter what he does, and I don't think he's going to. I don't think he's going to work through the motions in an instance like this, in the way that like a competent governor would. Right? He's Trump, so of course he's going to do Trump shit. And the entire reason why people are upset at him is because he's been doing too much Trump shit. He's been molesting the money too much, for example. Right? So Trump only has one speed, which is do more Trump shit. So people are going to get mad. Some are going to get mad at him for, aggressively stamping out like visas and things of that nature. Other people are going to continue getting mad at him because he's not doing anything to solve the affordability crisis that he won an election on promising to solve. And things are only going to get worse.
And the monster that did this is also in serious condition, but we won't even talk about him. As you may know, DHS has confirmed that the suspect is an Afghan national flown here by the previous administration, who was such a bad administration.
Overnight, the brazen ambush of 2 National Guard members.
Yeah. It's his disapproval is even worse, I think, than Brandon's. Biden in November 2021, his approval was 42%. His disapproval was 55%. Biden in November 2024, his approval was 37%. His disapproval was 58%. New Gallup poll on how Americans rate Trump's performance as president is now lower than that. 60% disapproval, 36% approval. 36% was Biden's all-time worst approval in Gallup. His disapproval was still 2 points better, and that came in July 24th, right after he tanked the debate and was being pushed out of the race. Trump is now less popular than Brandon was at his lowest. As in, when Americans, after experiencing 1.5 years of negative real wage growth, finally came to the fucking conclusion that Biden's brain was leaking out of his ears, and they were like, enough is enough. What the fuck are we doing here? That level of disapproval, and Trump is worse than that. This is not a coalition that can stand. Okay? This is not a coalition that can stand. It's so over. Trump sees that. He knows that. No matter how many sycophantic losers are surrounding him, constantly telling him shit is actually sweet, Mr. President, people love you. This is, George W. Bush leaving office numbers with independents and Democrats. Okay? And the Republican voters are the only thing that is keeping his approval rating at the level that it's at. Okay? You approve or disapprove of the way that Donald Trump is handling his job as president. We have to realize that some of these people are basically in a fucking cult. Okay, many of these people are basically in a fucking cult where they're just like, nope. It's just no matter what he does, I still love him. This is reminiscent of the last Trump tenure. Okay, the last Trump term, he barely got below 80%. He barely got below 90%. And I don't think ever got below 80% in terms of approval from the Republicans. Okay? But fear not, because this doesn't actually mean that he has a tremendous amount of approval overall. Okay? Because self-identifying Republicans saying that Donald Trump is great doesn't necessarily mean anything when there's not enough self-identifying Republicans out there. Okay? They make up a tiny fraction of American society. But on the independent side, he's at 25%. And on the Democrat side, obviously, he's at 3%. Okay? How many dislike it because he's not awful enough? A very, very small number. That's an irrelevant number of people. Yeah. Asked whether he'd attend the funeral of the National Guard member killed in a DC attack, Trump didn't offer condolences, didn't acknowledge the family, didn't commit to showing up. He immediately pivoted to bragging about how popular he is in West Virginia, which is, again, more Trump, right? More Trump. This is how he is. It's one speed. And if you're seemingly winning on your agenda, then that's fine by the independents that also like certain parts of your agenda. But if you're a fucking loser and you're doing this, then people are going to be like, what the hell are you doing?
Stages obviously, but do you plan to attend
Sarah's funeral?
I haven't thought about it yet, but it certainly is something I could conceive of. I love West Virginia. You know, I wonder.
I mean, this guy didn't even talk about Charlie Kirk, right? He didn't even give a shit about Charlie Kirk enough. So much so that like they couldn't even come up with like a competent singular message on the Charlie Kirk stuff, right? Very, very difficult for this man to offer condolences, like sincere condolences to some random National Guards member that he doesn't fucking know about, doesn't give a shit about at all. He knew Charlie Kirk personally. He was homies with Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk did a lot for him, and he still was like, oh, the ballroom.
West Virginia by one of the biggest margins of any president anywhere. And it's, you know, these are great people. I love the people of West Virginia. I love the people of our country. But I haven't given it any thought, but it sounds like something I could do, yeah. It's very raw.
Anyway, this is actually kind of crazy given how he was expected to blow this wide open and making it a talking point, but it goes to show you he probably doesn't know / remember it happened, bro. This is proof he's lost it. Yeah. Was the ballroom his now watch this drive Bush moment? Kind of. Just as though Bush did not give a shit about the war on terror, and that's why he said now watch this drive, cared more about golf, right? Yes, these clips that you're sending me, I already watched yesterday. I talked about this extensively yesterday. The background of the shooter, the background of the Afghan shooter, and how similar that was to another shooting that took place earlier this year by Jamal Wali, another Afghan mercenary brought to the U.S. after Kabul fell, who shot 2 cops in Virginia, in Fairfax, Virginia. Listen to the incredible rant he delivers before he snaps, then watch how smoothly he draws and racks his weapon. Obviously a professional killer at his wit's end. Yeah, he literally says, I should have joined the fucking Taliban. That's what he literally said in the video. Incredibly sad and disturbing video depicting the violent end of an Afghan man who made the mistake of working for the special forces in the CIA. I should have served with the fucking Taliban, he says, seconds before he draws on the cop. Yeah. But I don't get it. I thought the trans issue was going to be a real winner. I thought the trans issue was going to be a real mover and shaker. It's just so shocking to me because Trump keeps saying everybody's transgender, and he banned transgender athletes from participating in NCAA competitions, and yet people are still very upset at the way things are going. What is it? I thought it was actually undocumented migrants. I thought it was actually the migrants that were the problem here. I thought it was the trans people that were the problem here. What the fuck happened? It turns out all of the mass apprehension of migrants is actually not solving any of the issues that many Americans were facing in terms of affordability, and neither did the trans thing. But that was the focus, right? You got your culture war. You won the culture war, right? You won the election. It turns out most people, by and large, don't give a fuck about any of this stuff. They, as a matter of fact, the ones that do care about this stuff care about it in the opposite direction. The people that do care about this go, why are you harming trans people? The people that do care about this go, why are you fucking black bagging and kidnapping my goddamn neighbors? And this is something that I will continue stressing over and over again. If you hear from anyone, whether they present themselves as centrist, whether they present themselves as apolitical, right-wing or far-right, if they spend any amount of time telling you that the culture war shit is the most relevant and most important thing that you have to focus on, you must understand that those people are unserious, and at best, they're delusional and they're stupid, and they've been duped themselves and they're trying to dupe you in the same way. Or at worst, they are cynical, okay? They are cynically advancing the culture war narrative because there is no real solution to the actual pain points, the actual pressure points that harm you, whether it be the affordability of healthcare, whether it be the affordability of housing, or whether it be the affordability of higher education, or better job prospects and better wages and better benefits. Those are the things that people actually fucking care about, okay? That's it. That is what politics is supposed to be about. And yet there is this uniparty consensus on these issues. At most, you get marginal incremental change in the positive direction from the Democrats, and they never actually fulfill those promises anyway, right? They'll tell you, oh no, we're going to fix this stuff. And slowly but surely, people come to those conclusions. You've already been there because you're in this fucking community, right? And a lot of people for years and years, yelled at myself and yelled at you guys for saying this stuff is not supposed to be a part of the negotiation. Okay? It's not. The real issues that matter is not about stopping transgender athletes from participating in collegiate athletics. That is fucking ridiculous. And any amount of time that you're spending on this issue is a breath that you're wasting. Okay? This is something that I kept repeating over and over again. And I'm glad that, I mean, I'm not glad necessarily because I'm glad that people are finally coming to that conclusion. But I'm not happy about what it took for people to come to that conclusion, to arrive at that conclusion. Okay? I fear this won't matter. Americans have short memories. If Trump makes Republican lives better, they'll forget everything, the plan, and say it's for past of the plan. I don't even know what you're trying to say there, but yes, you're right. Americans do have short memories, which is why I will continue to reiterate this position over and over again. Most people genuinely don't care one way or another. Exactly. But there is also an opportunity there, okay? A lack of care on these sorts of issues means that these sorts of issues are not supposed to be of the forefront of the American political conversation. This doesn't mean that we just like write off trans people in the way that the Democrats are presenting, right? That's fucking ridiculous. Of course you're not supposed to write trans people off. That's insane. And as a matter of fact, it was a failure anyway because Kamala Harris did write off trans people in the last election cycle. She didn't talk about trans people at all, and yet she was still bullied mercilessly for one fucking response she gave to a pre-existing government policy about offering medical care to trans prisoners, right? Like that was something that the Trump administration did as well, but it doesn't matter. When they do it, nobody gives a fuck. This was always my position. It's not that we write off trans people, or even worse than writing off trans people, it's not that we actually take an anti-trans stance or whatever. It's that we work to build as large of a coalition of support as possible by pushing for policies and having a class-first politics so that we can bring as many people on board as possible. You want to have racists vote for you, because there's a lot of fucking racist people in this country. But you don't get racists to vote for you by becoming racist. You get them to vote for you because racists need housing too. Racists need healthcare too. And you say, I'm going to give you housing, I'm going to give you healthcare, but you can't fucking complain that black people are also getting it. Okay? You can't complain that trans people are also getting it. That's not going to happen. And that is a decent calculation that many Americans will get on board with. That's it. Is it the noise gate? Is so weird. Like he doesn't say anything for 2 seconds and didn't finish his thoughts. What are you talking about? I am finishing my thoughts. Anyway, yeah, this is not a radical position. This is the correct position. Okay? And the reality of the matter is the more you focus on addressing the material inequities, the more people will come on board with your movement. And the more they come on board with your movement, the more open-minded they are towards other members in your movement or other values that you have. There are so many people whose minds I've been able to change because they came in here and at first they were probably hyper-focused on this dumb, nonsensical culture war bullshit. And I was like, that's not what's actually harming you, okay? The thing that I said on Theo Vaughn is I think one of the most salient ways of addressing this issue. A transgender person is not your landlord that's raising your rent. A Guatemalan migrant is not your boss that's saying, no, you actually have to come into work when, you know, you're sick. Those are the real problems. But if you ask the Republicans, they turn around and say, no, it's the transgenders and the Guatemalans that are actually oppressing you. That's not the case. It's the Democrats and they're hyper-focused on the transgenders and the Guatemalans. That's the reason for your oppression. That's not the case at all. Okay? You have to offer people things to win elections. You have to offer the largest chunk of the electorate improvements on their material circumstances to bring them on board with your movement. Okay? That's how it works. That's how it's always worked. And luckily, in the post-Zoran election victory, I can just point to him because he is proof that everyone basically saw, right? He's proof in action of this theory that this kind of campaigning, this kind of policy making is a mechanism for success. So if you want to defend trans people, if you're a Democrat, if you're a liberal, and you're like, I don't really understand this socialism stuff. I don't really like Hassan. I've heard he's class first, and you know, I think he's transphobic or whatever. Or I don't really like Hassan because he's a socialist, and we all know how socialists are white supremacists of a different order or whatever the fuck. Remember, my advocacy still revolves around protecting marginalized communities. But the best possible way that you can protect marginalized communities is if you fucking win elections and you are dominant in American politics, okay? At least in the electoral structure that currently exists within the two-party duopoly that currently exists. So one of the two major parties that is supposed to engage in a defensive posture against marginalized communities and actually improve their civil liberties and their circumstances has to fucking win elections so that the right flank doesn't come in and ruin their lives even further. And if you actually want to win those elections, you unironically need to offer everybody something, okay? And you need to make sure that you are earnestly communicating that you are going to improve people's lives. You are going to improve people's lives unconditionally, because no one's life gets improved when trans people are barred from competition at the NCAA. That's not improving anybody's life, right? Just as no one's life gets improved when they fucking fire off a clip about their least favorite political commentator on Twitch. Your life is not improving. You just get a moment of satisfaction and maybe some props from this like community that you're participating in, but you didn't actually improve your life in any meaningful capacity. Okay? We have a finite amount of time on this planet. You should probably use it in a more productive manner to try to push towards goals that improve everyone's material circumstances. How is this any different than Ezra Klein's bad take? Great question. Ezra Klein actually thinks the best possible way is through incremental gains on the material improvements, while simultaneously taking a right-wing, oftentimes reactionary position on social issues. I'm not saying you should take a reactionary position on social issues. I'm saying that social issues should not even be a point of contention in your campaigning. It should not even be brought up. Any moment that you're engaging in the culture war is a moment that you're most likely going to fucking lose, because culture war issues are created specifically by Republicans and focus tested endlessly in an effort to be as appealing as possible to the broadest base of support. The transgender bathroom bill was an abject failure for the Republicans in North Carolina. There was tremendous pushback. Donald Trump was pro-trans at the time in 2016 when he first ran for president. And he even said North Carolina is fucking up. So what did these groups do? They went back to the drawing board and figured out that the best possible way to engage in the anti-trans conversation was not by saying, oh, they can't go and piss in the bathroom for their actual gender, right? We need to figure out a new way to be anti-trans. And the new way that they figured out was, and they focus tested this endlessly, right? The new way was sports and children. Americans believe that sports is probably the last bastion of meritocracy, okay? Where people who are truly and uniquely gifted end up winning. And if you tie trans identity to something that most people don't understand but don't necessarily care about, right? If you tie trans identity to like a sinister way of faking being trans because you want to win the high school swim meet, all of a sudden Americans were actually 80-20 on the opposite side, where they were like, yeah, that is true. Trans people are ruining the meritocracy in sports. I hate that. I don't fully understand what they're doing, but now I feel like they're sinister. And the other side of it is, of course, protecting children. They very cynically claim that trans people or trans existence was somehow harmful to children. It was a disgusting thing made up mostly by pedophiles when they kept saying this like weird group of people that you don't fully understand that breaks the gender binary, and the way that you were taught is actually also harmful to children, and it bricked a lot of people's brains. It was a successful form of counter messaging against trans existence. That doesn't mean that you should lean into that. That means you should counter message against that all the fucking time, as though you are campaigning year round in the same way that Republicans do. But having said that, That shouldn't be the main fixture of your campaigning, because at the end of the day, trans people are a tiny, minuscule percentage of the American public. Okay? If your campaigning revolves around any issue that only pertains to 1% of the American public, that's not the most effective campaign strategy. Okay? It's not. This doesn't mean cast aside transgender issues or cast aside transgender people in the way that Ezra Klein is suggesting, right? It just simply means bring everyone on board through a real improvement in their material circumstances. And that's precisely what Zoran did. There was never a moment where Zoran was anti-trans. He never actually conceded on that point at all, but that never actually got brought up at all. Why did that never get brought up? Because his campaign was centered around affordability. Black and brown people know that if white men didn't want to do this, it would not be a conversation. The message of patriarchy, the nuclear family, etc., and it comes out grows. Ultimately, you don't have to do any concessions on this stuff at all, especially if you're offering people something. Democrats offer people nothing, and then every now and then, at least from an aesthetic perspective, will just fucking yell at you and say, oh, you're being not woke. They look smarmy, they look out of touch, they look elitist, and even for the identities that they're seemingly defending, they look fake, right? This is this community has a shit ton of trans people in it, and if I were to ask my trans chatters, do you think the Democrats actually care about you? I think they would in unison say, oh, fuck no. There was no transgender spokesperson at the DNC. Kamala Harris barely ever talked about trans issues. We all know that they don't give a shit. And now they're entertaining the notion of actually becoming transphobic as an outward message, assuming that is going to somehow win people back to the Democratic Party. No, if you are the left flank party in the current duopoly, if you're the left flank major party, you will never win. You will never be able to outflank the Republicans on bigotry. Okay, they own bigotry. That's the whole thing that they do. That is their space. Why the fuck do you think you can convince people that you are actually more bigoted than they are? That's their whole shtick. Push for issues that you know you can win on. It's fucking stupid. Same goes for anti-immigrant sentiment. Same goes for Kamala Harris saying she's going to have the most lethal military of all time. Okay, same goes for the Democrats being like, no, you don't understand. We love the police. We want to hug and kiss the police. We want to give them more weapons. We want to give them more tanks. It's fucking dumb. Okay? That's why, what do I always say? Make the police do their fucking jobs. Okay? They're dog shit at their jobs. Make them do their jobs. Okay? That's it. Actually be a presence for law and order and not lawlessness and disorder in black and brown communities that you operate in. Do your fucking job, please.
Shot just blocks away from the White House, now deadly. President Trump announcing 20-year-old Army specialist Sarah Beckstrom has died of her injuries.
She's just passed away. She's no longer with us.
Beckstrom's father posting on Facebook, quote, "My baby girl has passed to glory." The president saying the other wounded West Virginia Guardsman, Air Force Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf, is fighting for his life.
Their families' lives are all changed forever because one person decided to do this horrific and evil thing.
And this morning, chilling images obtained by the Wall Street Journal from an eyewitness showing the moments after those shots rang out, a frantic gun battle outside a metro station in the heart of the nation's capital. And new details now emerging about the lone suspect, 29-year-old Ramanullah Lakanwal, an Afghan national who officials say drove cross-country from his home in Washington state to carry out the targeted attack. Lakanwal immigrating to the U.S. in 2021 under a Biden-era program evacuating Afghan refugees during the chaotic withdrawal of U.S. forces. Sources tell ABC News he was formally granted asylum this April under the Trump administration. The president growing angry when asked why the suspect was granted asylum.
When it comes to asylum, when they're flown in, it's very hard to get them out. No matter how you want to do it, it's very hard to get them out. But we're going to be getting them all out now.
Sources familiar with the investigation say Lakanwal was a highly trained and trusted member of an elite Afghan counterterrorism force called the Zero Units, partnering with U.S. Special Forces and the CIA during the war in Afghanistan. The FBI now investigating the attack as a possible act of terrorism. executing search warrants at the suspect's home in Bellingham, Washington, where he lived with his wife and 5 children.
During that process, we seized numerous electronic devices to include cell phones, laptops, iPads, and other material that is being analyzed as we speak.
The suspect now facing several charges, including assault with intent to kill. D.C. U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro saying he's now likely to face murder charges.
And President Trump has responded to this attack by ordering what he calls a re-examination of all Afghans who came to the U.S. after the withdrawal of American forces from that country. It's unclear how that would work logistically. Also, U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services now announcing they are halting the processing of all immigration requests for all Afghans indefinitely. Rebecca.
All right, Jay, thank you.
President Trump says he's ready to expel anyone who is, quote, not a net asset to the United States. And he's also threatening to end immigration from what he describes as third world nations. Our Nancy Cordes is in West Palm Beach, Florida, and joins us now this morning. Nancy, what specifically is the president speaking about?
Morning, Errol. This would be a dramatic new step by the president, cutting off migration from an unknown number of countries that he deems third world. We have asked the White House for more.
Yeah, we got to get more racist, I think. You see, just as the traffic density problem can be solved if we just built another fucking lane, the American issue is we just haven't been racist enough, right? If only we were just a little bit more locked in on the racism, just one more level in the white supremacy spectrum, and we'll fucking fix it. All of this, everything will be well. We just haven't tried. Real capitalism hasn't been tried yet. Real communism hasn't been tried yet. And also real racism hasn't been tried yet. That's just one more dial on the racism meter. I promise. Just a little bit more racism and all of the rent problem and all of the affordability problems will fucking go away, dude. These are the same motherfuckers that go, the left is calling us Nazis to kill us, and they start saying and doing Nazi shit, lol. Yeah, I mean, the entire point of that is to stop dissent. And it's an abject failure because obviously in the United States of America, free speech is one of the only things that we have. So obviously, whenever you try to take that away, Americans are going to be like, fuck no. Fuck no. They're going to say, get the hell out of here. Of course, I'm going to keep saying whatever the fuck I want to say. Because that is just a way, that is an ineffective way that the Republicans try to silence dissent. Okay? That's it. In any case, here's the long-ass effort post from this dipshit. A very happy Thanksgiving salutation to all our great citizens and patriots who have been so nice in allowing our country to be divided, disruptive, carved up, murdered, beaten, mugged, and laughed at, along with certain other... This is Stephen Miller. 100% Stephen Miller wrote this, okay? I can see from like the first couple of sentences, this is a Stephen Miller exclusive, okay? Because it is identical. It is identical to something you would hear from Goebbels or something you would hear from Hitler, you know? It's just straight up. Carved up, murdered, beaten, mugged, and laughed at, along with certain other foolish countries throughout the world for being politically correct, and it's just plain stupid when it comes to immigration. The official United States foreign population stands at 53 million people, in parentheses census, most of which are on welfare from failed nations or from prisons, mental institutions, gangs, or drug cartels. Yeah. No, totally. That's what's going on here. You're so right. It is all the foreign nationals that are on welfare. Yeah, certainly not like the fucking forgotten white people that are born and bred American that are on welfare. It's just the foreigners that are not doing anything for America except, you know, picking all the fucking crops and playing a incredibly important role in all of our agricultural output that makes sure that Americans are well fed without taking a dime out of that fucking welfare structure anyway. It's so dumb. It's so stupid. It's just so wrong. Yeah, Melania is part of them. Obviously, so is J.D. Vance's wife as well, by the way. Yeah, Yeah. They and their children are supported through massive payments from patriotic American citizens who, because of their beautiful hearts, do not want to openly complain or cause trouble in any way, shape, or form. They put up with what has happened to our country, but it's eating them alive to do so. A migrant earning $30,000 with a green card will roughly get $50,000 in yearly benefits for their family. The real migrant population is much higher. This refugee burden is the leading cause of social dysfunction in America, something that did not exist after World War II. Failed schools, high crime, urban decay, overcrowded hospitals, housing shortages, and large deficits, etc. As an example, hundreds of thousands of refugees from Somalia are completely taking over the once great state of Minnesota. It's ironic to also shift the focus over to Minnesota, where Minneapolis is unironically one of the few cities in the country that has actually improved the material conditions of the people that live in Minneapolis. But of course, there's a lot of Somali people there, right? So if you're a fucking racist dipshit from looking at it from afar, you go, oh, the demographics of Minneapolis are shifting. I hate that. Meanwhile, the people of Minneapolis are actually pretty fucking happy. So happy that they hated the incumbent mayor and still ended up voting for the incumbent mayor. Right? No, Kaya. No, Kaya. Out. Get out of there. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Get. Not there. Classic. She loves getting into this one cubby. She wants the mic cables so bad. Up to mischief. Anyway, Somalian gangs are roving the streets looking for prey as our wonderful people stay locked in their apartments and houses, hoping against hope that they will be left alone. The seriously R-worded governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, does nothing, either through fear, incompetence, or both, while the worst congressman woman in our country, Ilhan Omar, always wrapped in her swaddling hijab and who probably came into the USA illegally, in that you are not allowed to marry your brother, does nothing but hatefully complain about our country, its constitution, and how badly she's treated. This has 400,000 likes. I hate this shit, dude. Yeah, happy Thanksgiving. Our president is Adolf Hitler. If Adolf Hitler was somehow even dumber than the original Adolf Hitler. Awesome. Mostly bots. Breathe, brother. I know. It doesn't fucking matter. It's just still, it doesn't matter that it's mostly bots. Okay. What matters is the fucking president is saying this. It's just like sprinkle a little bit of racism. And in this instance, it's not even fucking a little bit of racism. He's just maxing out on it. Like, this is one step removed from just saying the N-word, okay? Saying that, like, black people have overtaken, while also referencing black people as you know, the N-word in this country. They have roving gangs of thugs coming from Africa. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. It's literally one step removed. And for many Americans, I think they need to hear that to actually come to terms with how fucking racist this statement is. Somali people are the same as anybody else, okay? They have the same exact class interests. They're not coming into the United States of America to look for fucking prey. This is psychotic. Jesus Christ, dude. Why many word when they only wanted to say one? Yeah, they're literally saying they want him to be a fascist. I'm ready for President Trump to actually be a little more like the fascist dictator the Democrats lie about. Crush this invasion and color revolution with an iron fist, no mercy. Yeah. I mean, yeah, they're saying, I mean, they've been saying this. These guys are, I don't know why we're acting as though they're like now coming to terms, right? The post gets worse. What? I meant the Trump one. It gets worse. Oh, Ilhan Omar. He continues on with Ilhan Omar, but hatefully complain about our country, constitution, and how badly she is treated when her place of origin is a decadent, backward, and crime-ridden nation, which is essentially not even a country for lack of government, military, police, schools, etc. Even as we have progressed technologically, immigration policies eroded those gains and living conditions for many. I will permanently pause migration from all third world countries to allow the U.S. system to fully recover, terminate all the millions of Biden illegal admissions, including those signed by Sleepy Joe Biden's auto pen, and remove anyone who is not a net asset to the United States or is incapable of loving our country, end all federal benefits and subsidies to non-citizens of our country, denaturalize migrants who undermine domestic tranquility, and deport any foreign national who is a public charge, security risk, or non-compatible with Western civilization. What the fuck does this mean? These goals will be pursued with the aim of achieving a major reduction in illegal and disruptive populations, including those admitted through an unauthorized and illegal auto pen approval process. Only reverse migration can fully cure the situation. Other than that, happy Thanksgiving to all, except those that hate, steal, murder, and destroy everything that America stands for. You won't be here for long. Yeah, this is a Stephen Miller rant, 100%. Donald Trump is not capable of crafting this many words together. And also, you can see the fucking anger and resentment. Remigration is obviously a European fascist concept, by the way. Yeah, is a far-right concept originally from Europe of ethnic cleansing via the mass deportation. Remigration is it was utilized by the AfD in Germany, or is being utilized by the AfD in Germany. It just means like remigration is just deportation. It's just a European way of saying deportation. I think you're cooked. Me? Why? I'm a fucking American citizen. You can suck my dick if you think I'm getting deported out of this country. Yeah. By the time, as I've said over and over again, by the time it gets to someone like myself being denaturalized, it's over for America has shifted so dramatically. I'm not saying that it's not. I'm not saying that that's not like a ambition from this administration. But if they're coming after like a rich Twitch streamer with a massive fan base who is an American citizen, born American, natural born U.S. citizen, that means they've gone over so many more vulnerable populations at this point. Because I'm not a naturalized citizen. I'm a natural born U.S. citizen. People aren't focused enough on the word denaturalized here. The president says he will revoke the citizenship of Americans who weren't born here if he and Stephen Miller decide they need to go. Denaturalization is a rare and legally difficult process that Miller and white nationalists like Nick Fuentes have been pushing to supercharge the process for years now. But as Trump makes clear by citing the number 53 million, which includes foreign-born citizens, any American who wasn't born here is now, at least in the eyes of the government, at risk of deportation. He's right. I don't think they're going to get away with this. I think they are far too unpopular. I'll just say it like this. I think they are far too unpopular to try to unleash an agenda like this. And no, you might get mad at me for saying this, but I do not believe that Americans are this racist, or at least enough Americans are this racist. Okay? Are there Americans that are this racist? Yes, absolutely. There are. But look to how quickly people snap back to reality when the mass deportation initiatives came to their fucking neighborhoods. Okay? You have to do, what do I always say? Americans are too disorganized and too invested in their fucking treats to actually be a part of a serious, disciplined fascist movement. Then you need to do reading to get to that level of racism. Okay? They're just like normal races for the most part. The average American might have values that resemble the neo-Nazi in another country, but they're not well-read enough to act out on those ambitions. They're not disciplined enough. They don't care enough. You do not have a mass, ideologically committed fascist movement in this country. This is basically trying to. This is a statement by Stephen Miller in the direction of a mass ideologically coherent and ideologically organized loyal movement that does not exist. Okay? If he had actually spent the first half of a year on fixing the underlying material inequities or something and offering some fucking crumbs that would obviously harm the interests of capital, and then he moved in this direction, we would be in this would be a far greater concern. Okay? We're not there, and there is no loyalty beyond a cult-like cult-like level of support for Donald Trump from the base that is withering away. Okay? Yeah, Americans can still get a decent meal at Applebee's. They can enjoy the treats. We're not a country full of PTSD-riddled World War I soldiers who experience insane hyperinflation and are mad that like they're not getting their fucking pensions or adequate medical care. Even though there are plenty of people who are, PTSD addled veterans that aren't getting that medical care. By and large, Americans are still, they're still outside of that equation. If you're a legal immigrant or the children of legal immigrants, they're coming for you too. It doesn't matter if you're a U.S. citizen. It doesn't matter if you were born here. No one is safe. This is the agenda of the far right. Yeah. The Department of Homeland Security also posted the stakes have never been higher and the goal has never been more clear. Remigration now. These guys are so fucking stupid, dude. Even though morally ambiguous, America might be better off with some sort of serious expulsion mechanism. The fuck are you talking about, dude? One of the few redeeming qualities of the United States of America is the fact that immigrants have actually made this country the dominant power that it is, whether it be the fucking brain drain or whether it be the rich tapestry of cultures. It's so fucking stupid. We got like a couple things going for us, okay? Our diversity, our free speech, or at least that still obviously has limitations, but like the free speech that kind of exists, okay, and due process. And Donald Trump is trying to tackle all three. It's so fucking stupid, especially because there is no real problem here. Do you understand? Like if there was, okay, I will say it like this. I will concede on this point. If there was a significant issue with migrants coming into the United States of America and actually doing harm, like killing people on the streets, preying on the vulnerable, trying to fucking, trying to create like roving gangs that are looking for white women to rape and behead or whatever the fuck these psychopaths believe, then yeah, that's a little bit more reasonable. In that situation, if that racist fantasy was reality, then yeah, there is a lot more reason to unironically say, hey, we got to put these guys in jail. What the fuck are we doing? Or maybe even dispose of them or remove these people from the American national boundaries. This is a significant burden, okay? But that's not the fucking case. That's not the case anywhere on the planet, okay? Because that's just not how humans are. Nobody fucking migrates to the United States of America, so they're like, oh yeah, land of opportunity to do rapes. You fucking insane? That's not how this works. No, when people say, oh, I'm going to the land of opportunity, they mean like, oh, this country has a far better material circumstances and presents a far better future for someone like myself, like Afghan Muslims. Watch the full video, pussy. Only supports Hamas, like Afghan Muslims. Oh my God. Right-wing lunatic chatter. Yeah. Right-wing lunatic chatter demanding that I watch the Context Nuke in its entirety. Name a better fucking duo. New York Times got a State Department cable in which Rubio orders diplomats in Europe, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand to press for immigration limits and cite crime. They're also told to report on governments that are pro-immigration. That is a description of settler colonial societies in which transplants are sent to terrorize indigenous populations. Isn't third world migration to the hegemonic metropole. Anyway, it's just so fucking stupid. It's stupid because this doesn't actually solve any of the issues that people are facing, like the real issues, okay? It's just a made up problem. And the more people refuse to solve the real problems, the more they lean into this made up problem. Okay. And here we are. I cannot believe it. I can't believe how fucking psychotic this is. This is insane. The Trump administration is arresting the wives and husbands of U.S. citizens when they show up for their green card interviews, even though they entered legally and have no criminal record. So much for family values, says Nicholas Kristof, New York Times columnist, author. Elon is cheering this on, of course. You are absolutely right in response to Donald Trump. This is a literal life or death issue. They will kill us all. This is what the hogs got out of that post. Trump officially gave us the R word back. Nice, dude. Did you see that Pauline Hanson used a clip of you reacting to her shitty movie trailer for a post promoting it? What? I don't know who the fuck that is. And I don't care. Anyway, we're all systems go on the enshittification. It's just like everything that the American government has done that's like awful and bad and cruel, we're just leaning into, okay? Oh, the cruelty is what you want, right? People are like, no, we want We want affordability. We want affordability. And the administration goes, oh, you mean you want more cruelty, more senseless cruelty, more murder in Latin America and more cruelty to your neighbors. That's what you mean, right? And it's like, no, we want affordability. He's like, nah, actually, no, we want more cruelty. That's what you want. I'm going to give it to you. It doesn't matter what you want. More blood for the blood god. New Indiana Senate Republican Mike Bohacek, whose daughter has Down syndrome, says he's a no on redistricting, citing Trump's slur. Many of you asked my position on redistricting. I've been an unapologetic advocate for people with intellectual disabilities since the birth of my second daughter. Those of you that don't know me or my family might not know that my daughter has Down syndrome. This is not the first time our president has used these insulting and derogatory references, and his choices of words have consequences. I will be voting no on redistricting. Perhaps he can use the next 10 months to convince voters that his policies and behavior deserve a congressional majority. Wow, that's crazy. I don't think people realize what has happened. We are officially at war with Islam. Islam declared war on U.S. service members on U.S. soil. Secretary of War should respond by ordering military-style raids on every single mosque in America in a joint operation with the Department of Homeland Security to mass deport every single non-citizen Muslim in our country. We are at war with Islam. U.S. soldiers are being murdered on American soil by Muslims who are killing in the name of Islam. Americans should prepare accordingly. Buy ammo. This is just the beginning. And no, this isn't hyperbole. Over 72,000 Afghan immigrants were airdropped all over the U.S. in 2021. They are ticking time bombs waiting to explode. We must prepare to combat these enemy combatants who are likely planning more ambush-style attacks of jihad on service members and innocent Americans. Every devout Muslim is a foot soldier in Islam. The Trump administration should respond accordingly. This is where you get, by the way, when you think Islamophobia is permissible. And Islamophobia is institutionally permissible. So, of course, the most rabid sociopaths are basically going to take it to this fucking level. Okay? Especially because this is a very pro-Israel sentiment. Every single moment that Americans are predisposed with this like radical Islam taking root in America is a moment where they don't give a shit that Israel is like killing Palestinians. The moment that they don't give a shit where Israel is taking all their fucking tax dollars to go kill Palestinians. Meanwhile, this kind of sentiment replaced the word Muslim with Jew, and you get Adolf Hitler, right? See, this is why 90% of the people won't hear about the facts you covered yesterday. I don't think so. What a fucking lunatic Laura Loomer is. Jesus Christ. This is exactly this is hysterical. This is psychotic. She is an absolute psychopath. 19K likes terrifying? No, this is just Elon's Twitter, dude. I mean, Donald Trump's racist screeds got 400,000 likes if you want to talk about the likes. Anyway. Oh, yeah, this is the most terrifying fucking racialized screed I've read in a while. And I'm sure dipshits will say, based. This is based. He's going to save America based. And many of their fucking stupid neck-bearded supporters will also go along with it. Meanwhile, yeah, holy based. Meanwhile, the actual material harm that they're experiencing is not being solved because of their fucking inability to realize that Trump is actually doing this as a distraction for them. Okay? Everyone's a fucking dumbass. Anyone that eats this goddamn bait is an absolute moron. I don't know. This is so psychotic. Yeah, meanwhile, Donald Trump is now facing the lowest approval rating of his second term, 36%, lower than Joe Biden at his lowest. And his response has been to unleash some of the most openly racist, nativistic rhetoric of his presidency, blaming immigrants for nearly every problem in American life. In a Thanksgiving Truth Social post, Trump claimed most of the 53 million immigrants are on welfare and the refugee burden is the leading cause of social dysfunction in America. Failed schools, high crime, urban decay, overcrowded hospitals, housing shortages, and large deficits. He claimed Somalis are taking over Minnesota and declared a pause to migration from all third world countries while vowing to denaturalize green card holders who aren't sufficiently loyal. In a segment on CNN, Tia Mitchell of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution said the White House sees this as the only thing he has to counteract all these concerns people are raising about why his approval levels are so low. They're worried about the cost of goods, safety, housing, healthcare, and he's not addressing that directly. She said people's healthcare issues aren't being resolved with the crackdowns of the southern border and the anti-immigration policies. Where have you heard that statement before? I've been saying that.
This is very much in line with the way that the president and people in his administration, people like Stephen Miller, have been talking about immigration. President Trump, in his remarks on Wednesday night, brought up Somalia. that is not an accident. That is something that the president has been focused on recently and that he is emphasizing. You look at refugee policies where the White House wants to bring in white people from South Africa who they say are being persecuted. They don't want to bring in other refugees. The refugee program has been severely restricted under the Trump administration already. So in a lot of ways, this is a terrible event that has given them a sort of a peg to do a lot of the things that they were already doing or wanted to do. And it does come at a time when the president's approval ratings are in a really bad place, including on immigration. But this is a realm of immigration where he has had more traction than some of the other areas.
And speaking of the refugee issue, this is what he said in a couple of late night posts last night. Right before midnight, he put out these posts here on Thanksgiving night. He said, this refugee burden is the leading cause of social dysfunction in America, something that did not exist after World War II. Failed schools, high crime, urban decay, overcrowded hospitals, housing shortages, and large deficits. He's very clear where he's going with this.
Well, I like the way that Tamara put it. It is something they want to do. It's a long-term project. This administration, with the 4 years it has been given by voters, wants to transform the immigration system, one, so there's a larger deportation force, so that immigration courts are seen as deportation courts, as they call them. They're doing more hiring right now to make that happen. They're trying to build the capacity for mass deportation because it wasn't there in the first term. You've covered this. So many things that they're doing right now are taking the lessons of the first term where they were stymied by a court or stopped by a court, going to a more favorable court this time, a point with we saw this with the Muslim ban. It was a 5-4 decision that upheld the president. That's a 6-3 conservative court now. So they like their odds, but there is a long-term strategy here. But what are the political risks of it? For Trump, he's not on the ballot again. For Republicans, we already saw them lose ground with Asian American and Arab American voters in Virginia and New Jersey. Just huge shifts back away from the Republican Party. This is not the Republican agenda that won Dearborn, let's say, in the last election. This is more like what he wanted to do in the first place. And voters don't get a veto on this. It's going to be fought out in the courts. In Congress, look, final point I'll make is why was it easier for some Afghans to get here if they cooperate with the Americans in the war? It was bipartisan vote of Congress that made the Allies Act. Mike Johnson voted for that. I don't think you're going to have any Republicans saying that was a good idea. Now the Stephen Millers of the party, who already were controlling the narrative, are going to control the politics too.
Very few Republicans voted against that.
Yeah, I think 16.
Yeah, something like that. So part of this post, there were just a number of things that are eyebrow-raising, to say the very least. This is what he said he said, refugees from Somalia are completely taking over the once great state of Minnesota. He said that there are Somalian gangs looking for prey. As he said, people are staying locked in their apartments. He called the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, quote, seriously retarded. He went on to call Ilhan Omar the worst congressman/woman. He ridiculed her for wearing a hijab, and she said that question about whether she's in the country illegally.
Yeah, a lot of that is problematic.
It's racist.
I was just going to say it's rooted in racism and xenophobia.
Yeah.
A little bit of misogyny possibly in there, or sexism in there as well. And I think that there are people in the White House who believe that the best message that Donald Trump has right now is his anti-immigration message, that's really the only thing that he has to counteract all the concerns people are raising about why voters why his approval levels are so low. They're worried about the cost of goods. They're worried about safety. Yes, they're worried about the cost of housing.
Did Trump just alt? Yes, he did. He alted for sure. He's blowing his load over full tilt fascism.
Housing. They're worried about health care. And he's not addressing much of that directly, but what he is doing is saying indirectly, the immigrants in the U.S. are causing or contributing to all those problems. I don't know if that's going to work with the American people, because they've seen the immigration crackdowns, but they also have seen that grocery prices aren't going down as a result. Their health care issues aren't being resolved, even with the crackdowns at the southern border. So yes, he can do more on immigration, but I don't know if that's going to address what American voters really expect him to be working on.
It's really
or trust me, somehow it will work because Americans are very racist. I don't think so. I mean, yeah, there are a lot of racist Americans, but I don't think most Americans are that racist. Okay? America is far too diverse for Americans broadly to be that racist. And you didn't trust me when I told you the immigration stuff was going to backfire. So trust me on this. Okay? If Americans were that racist and this was the most important part of his agenda, then they would have been perfectly fine with Donald Trump implementing his anti-immigrant agenda. Why did Donald Trump experience record low disapprovals by this point in his term? Why is Donald Trump seen as morally repugnant? Why is Donald Trump's attitude? Why is Donald Trump's policies on immigration being negatively received? Why is Donald Trump's policies on immigration now being negatively received by the population? It's because Americans conceptualize legislation, but when that legislation is implemented, especially on the right, and they start experiencing the impact and the outcome of said legislation, they immediately go, no, this is not what I was talking about. I didn't realize this is what it was going to look like. And I told you this before the election. I told you that eventually, once the Gestapo start kidnapping people, that Americans were very quickly going to turn around and say, yeah, we didn't like this at all, actually. Now, we can have a conversation on whether or not that's too late, too little, too late, sure. But ultimately, that means that Americans are not actually on board with this level of mass deportation at all. They don't like seeing the wives and husbands of American citizens get kidnapped at their green card meetings, okay? At their green card appointments. Who the fuck wants that? Because that's what mass deportation looks like. Do you understand? If Americans were really horny for this level of violence towards random migrants, then Donald Trump's then Donald Trump would still be killing it on the immigration front. He would still have overwhelming numbers on the immigration front because he's been following through on that, right? So one must ask the question, why, especially in places where ICE is doing raids? When ICE comes into your neighborhood, your attitude changes dramatically. You might have been a Trump voter, for example, and you start seeing people like the barback at the restaurant that you go to get arrested and apprehended for no fucking reason. You see military raids at the Home Depot that you frequent against people that you've contracted out for help in the past, landscapers, gardeners, things of that nature. And you go, who is this for? I don't want this. You did. You voted for it. Now you're experiencing the impact and you don't like it. Don't say they like it. It's not true. There are plenty of people who don't like it. Okay? Plenty of people who thought they like it actually see it happen and go, oh, I don't like it. It's no different than that one Republican congressperson who was like, I love Donald Trump, but then he said the R word and my second daughter has Down syndrome and it turns out I actually don't like Trump now. Do you not understand? And Trump's disapproval proves that, okay? The discontent proves that people don't like it. The mass mobilization proves that people don't like it. The No Kings rallies is another clear-cut example that people don't like it. They're mobilizing. They're taking it to the fucking streets. Americans are deeply selfish people. They're taking time out of their days to go out and protest, okay? That means they don't like it. And you cannot continue this agenda without mass approval. You cannot continue this agenda with mass disapproval, especially when that disapproval will only grow. If Donald Trump was killing it and he had no concerns about his base recognizing that he's not doing shit on affordability, he wouldn't bring Zohran Mamdani into the White House and sit by his side and act all chummy and even defend him against contentious questions in the by the press pool, right? He wouldn't have to do that. He'd just be like, that's a Muslim communist. We have to denaturalize him immediately. Because what Trump is saying only a week after that Zohran Mamdani meeting is that Zohran Mamdani should be deported. So which is it? I said roads are unpaved, schools underfunded, utility bills are costly, half your paycheck subsidizes your landlord's lifestyle, you have no real job prospects, your health insurance premiums are insanely high. Immigrants are not the reason for this. Trump and his rich buddies are. And that's just the truth, and I will continue saying it. And I think there is an unprecedented opportunity to make Americans recognize that now. Because the guy that they fucking voted for is not delivering on this. Approval ratings mean nothing to these people. I don't even know why it's discussed on the news. It means nothing to maybe the MAGA cult, but it means something to us. It means that people are experiencing disapproval. And specifically on the issue of immigration. Okay? That's what's very consequential here. Because if Americans were broadly in support of Donald Trump's attitudes on immigration, okay, 90% of Democrats disapprove of Trump on immigration. 66% of independents disapprove on Trump's attitudes on immigration. 81% of Republicans approve of Donald Trump's policies on immigration. But you cannot continue your agenda with just the Republicans, okay? You can't. That's why his overall disapproval on immigration, which was his most successful policy, was mass deportations and ran on mass deportation, is at sitting at 57% disapproval right now. That's it. Raffle, this guy is R-worded as fuck. Hell yeah, brother. You're right. I'm definitely the one experiencing an issue with his mental faculties and not the fucking president. And not the dumb fuck that supports this president. Jesus Christ. I said Raffle. What year is this? I mean, that's the most like sweaty fucking 45-year-old loser you've ever seen. Anyway, this is a textbook war crime extrajudicial killing. Hexeth order on first Caribbean boat strike. Officials say killed them all. 2 survivors were clinging on to the smoldering wreck. The Special Operations Commander overseeing the September 2nd attack ordered a second strike to comply with Hexeth's instructions. It's unfathomable that the USG lawyers were signed up on a no survivors boat strike, no get out of jail free card. There's a clear precedent dating back to World War II trial of the Germans for that very act, which lawyers know very well, the Pelleas World War II war crimes trial. Who is going to stop America? That's the question. And when there is no one that's willing to even entertain the notion that America is responsible for a metric ton of war crimes, they just get away with doing this shit. Anyway, even Americans and Nazis pulled each other out of the sea. What the fuck are we doing? Yeah, well, America is slowly but surely moving in the direction of a super Nazi style of governance, it seems. Of course, you defend drug smugglers. No, dumbass. You're defending war crimes. I'm defending due process. I'm defending rules of conflict. You're defending war crimes. Do you understand? Not at all, but you are. You are. Because I'm saying we must abide by, it's not even a war. Okay, if someone comes to your house and fucking murders you or lasers you with a drone and then post-mortem decides that you were engaging in illegal activity without actually offering any evidence to suggest that you did, I guess we can just turn around and say, sorry, not a war. That's what the cartels did for the last 50 years. So why aren't we actually apprehending the cartels then? Why are we lasering random boats off the coastline of Venezuela, you fucking baboon? Venezuela is not a narco-trafficking hub. Donald Trump's own department, Donald Trump's own DEA recognizes that Venezuela is not a narco-trafficking hub whatsoever. Why are we fucking lasering small fishing boats? Good question. You should strike the bosses. He would have to go somewhere else. If he wants to strike the bosses, he'd have to kill the fucking Sackler family. He would have to kill half of the fucking CIA. He's not going to be doing that, dipshit. And the reason why he doesn't have to do that, don't say true now. The reason why he doesn't have to do that is because dumb fucks like you look at a bunch of random fishermen in Venezuela or small-time fucking drug runners going from Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela, getting lasered off the fucking coastline of Venezuela and go, hell yeah, we're doing something. Pop the champagne. Yeah, it's for dummies like you who just don't read into what's going on at all. But drug runners are a big problem too. Dog, do you live in Trinidad and Tobago? The fuck are you talking about? We're not even talking about solving the problem with opioid addiction in the country. Amsterdam is narco capital? Oh my God. Amsterdam? What the fuck? This guy has to be a fucking Euroid, right? Who the fuck brings up Amsterdam when we're talking about justifying the assassination of like random either small-time criminals or just fishermen off the coastline of Venezuela? Yeah, Venezuela brings drugs with tiny fucking fisher boats over to Amsterdam with the top open too. It literally is because Amsterdam's the biggest hub for drug runners. Brother, what the fuck are you talking about? We're talking about the fentanyl, the opioid crisis in America. What the fuck does Amsterdam have to do with this conversation? It's not like Donald Trump is saying, we got to deal with Amsterdam. We're not even talking about that. You started this by saying it's a good thing that Donald Trump is lasering fucking small boats off the coastline of Venezuela. I'm explaining to you how that is completely irrelevant and also a war crime. Well, cartels operate worldwide, bro. Oh my fucking God. Explain to me, with whatever words you can use, how killing random small-time criminals, or rather fishermen, off of the coastline of Venezuela is actually tackling the narco trafficking hub that exists in Amsterdam. Please explain to me how that works. Then continue with your explanation on how murdering them with drone strikes is actually the appropriate thing to do rather than investigate and apprehend them with the Coast Guard. So you can conduct a real full-fledged investigation into how they're drug trafficking, because I would certainly love to understand what connection exists between little boats going between Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela that have no capacity to reach the American coastline, okay, from a country that is not even a narco trafficking hub whatsoever, because Venezuela is not a narco trafficking hub at all. How does any of that connect with one another? Small-time criminal will think twice before signing up to smuggle this shit. You are so fucking stupid. I don't think we should be drone striking anybody, okay? But even in the equation that you have designed here, drone striking American drug dealers would probably be more effective, even though it's ultimately ineffective regardless, than fucking drone striking random fishermen off the coastline of Venezuela. Would you agree that the Mexico cartels are the biggest problem? Do you want to solve the opioid crisis? Because if you do want to solve the opioid crisis, trying to violently attack what you suspect is Mexican cartels is not going to solve the opioid crisis. Okay, if you want to actually tackle the opioid crisis in America, then what you have to do is, instead of waging a failed war on drugs, which America has been waging for the past fucking half a century at this point, okay, what you have to do instead is focus on rehabilitation over incarceration. As a matter of fact, the previous administration did a little bit of that. And for the first time ever under the Biden administration, they were able to lower the number of overdose deaths in the country. The first time in the past couple of decades. Think about that. Overdose deaths were going up every single year. And I believe it was the last Biden administration, through safe injection sites and through mass distribution of EpiPens, or not EpiPens. What is it called? The nose thing? I'm forgetting now. Narcan. Mass availability and distribution of Narcan was actually able to combat overdose deaths for the first time ever. Testing kits and a focus in the direction of a focus on harm reduction and a focus in the direction of rehabilitation is the only way to solve it, because America is the market for drugs, okay? Either you tackle the market for drugs or you just continue making this problem far larger. God bless you, Hassan, for talking to these chatters and trying your best. I mean, always. Yes, that's good. I would never argue against this, but I've seen what smugglers are capable of, that, and I hate them for real. Okay, you hate them. Sure. It's not like I love drug smugglers either. Okay? It doesn't matter whether you hate them or not. That's not solving the problem. Okay? If killing drug runners actually solved the problem, there would be no drug problem in America. The solution is rehabilitation. This process is a total fabrication to overthrow the Venezuelan government, and the entire drug trafficking narrative is fabricated. Yeah, I know. And that's according to U.S. intelligence as well. The drug smuggler narrative is a farce used to gaslight dumb fucks like this chatter into thinking it's justified. That's it. The real reason is Venezuela has oil. Okay. And Venezuela is probably willing to play ball with American refineries, but we want that oil with we want unrestrained amounts of oil in the natural reserves that they have. Okay. And the best possible way to get that is pulling in Iraq and Venezuela. But this time, instead of WMDs, the Donald Trump administration isn't even really trying that hard, but basically saying we need to destabilize Venezuela because they're a narco trafficking hub, even though there is no evidence to suggest that they are actually a narco trafficking hub whatsoever. Even with the WMD shit with Iraq, the American government at the time at least tried to come up with like a fake narrative. They even made like the fake evidence that they showed at the United Nations. We don't even have that with Venezuela. The administration is so incompetent and they know that no one will actually push back on this stuff that they don't even have a fucking vial of drugs to show from Venezuela. Oh, watch as they do that tomorrow, by the way. I just spoke that into existence now. They're going to be like, this is fentanyl that came from Venezuela. And Maduro made it himself personally. We have to kill him tomorrow. Yeah, that's good. I would never argue against that. What can we do against worldwide cartels then? Oh my God. You starve out the market. That's it. You starve out the market, and instead of apprehending drug users and criminalizing them, which is ineffective in terms of dealing with addiction, and also forces them to purchase in the black market, you actually move in the direction of rehabilitation, decriminalization, and rehabilitation, so that people are not fearful of seeking out help. But in the absence of that, we're cooked. Fentanyl is made in Mexico. The precursor is imported from China. Yeah, none of this has anything to do with none of this has anything to do with Venezuela anyway. It's completely made up. But if you're talking about actual fentanyl overdoses and how to deal with it, the way to do that obviously revolves around starving the market. This would actually harm the cartel's bottom line anyway, in the same way that an expedient process of migration would also harm those who actually engage in crossing people over the border at a pretty high markup. But the American government is consistently delivering a wonderful gift to the cartels in Mexico, because the cartels in Mexico control Mexico. And I think America would rather have a destabilized, cartel-riddled Mexico than one where the cartels have either legalized and are a part of like the normal industrial output of the nation of Mexico and no longer an ever-present threat. America is the market for the drugs that the cartel is shipping. And you have to either starve out that market or you have to stop it dead in its tracks. You can't stop it by tighter border controls. You certainly can't stop it by saying all these undocumented migrants are actually delivering the drugs over the border, because that's not the case. Because they're coming through regular points of entry. They're coming in through. They're coming in with American citizens driving the drugs in chopped up cars. Starve the market and kill the bosses. Agreed. Oh my fucking Lord. This guy just wants a kill, man. That's what it is. You don't know anything about narco trafficking. Amsterdam is the biggest hub in the world because of its massive ports. Amsterdam, Rotterdam, and Marbella. All right, Euroid. I've tried. You just want executions, brother. I got it, okay? Good luck. That's why Euroids love fucking LARPing as Americans, because we have the death penalty here. And we're the one country where we are so belligerent and so violent all the goddamn time. Bobby, the chatter is fantasizing about a scenario where well-meaning police officers cannot achieve their mission because they're bound by the law while criminals are not. He does not understand that the law gives the government its power and defines its duty. If there's a more effective way of dealing with it, you make new laws. Yeah, because I know people who died innocently because of smugglers. You wouldn't get it at all. Yeah, dude. As an American citizen, I don't know anyone that has died to an overdose. Are you fucking that stupid? I'm an American, dumbass. The fuck are you talking about? I don't think there's a single fucking person in this chat that lives in the United States of America that doesn't know numerous people. Overdose? Are you dumb? I talk about killings. I think you're conversing with a child. I think so too. A child has watched one too many fucking movies. I changed my mind. Whatever, mate. Have a good day. Oh my God. I'm going to put a ban on Europeans in this chat. I swear to fucking God. Oh, speaking of cartel bosses, Juan Orlando Hernandez was convicted by a jury of conspiring to traffic 400 tons of cocaine into the United States. The Justice Department estimated that this represents 4.5 billion doses of cocaine and that he was at the center of one of the largest and most violent drug trafficking conspiracies in the world. He's responsible for the deaths of countless American citizens and will now be pardoned by Donald Trump. Don't tell me Donald Trump is killing people in boats in the Caribbean to stop drug trafficking. As Tito Asfura wins for president of Honduras because of the United States has so much confidence in him, his policies, and what he will do for the great people of Honduras, we will be very supportive. If he doesn't win, the United States will not be throwing good money after bad because a wrong leader can only bring catastrophic results to a country, no matter which country it is. Tito will be a great president, and the United States will work closely with him in order to ensure the success with all of its potential of Honduras. Additionally, I will be granting a full and complete pardon to former President Juan Orlando Hernandez, who has been, according to many people that I greatly respect, treated very harshly and unfairly. This cannot be allowed to happen, especially now after Tito Asfura wins an election when Honduras will be on its way to great political and financial success. Vote for Tito Asfura for president. And congratulations to Juan Orlando Hernandez on your upcoming pardon. Thank you again for your attention to this matter. Make Honduras great again. Oh, it's fucking awesome.
More details. At the same time, Trump is calling for a review of all green card holders from 19, quote, countries of concern, including Haiti, Iran, and Venezuela. And he wants a review of all Afghan nationals who were allowed into this country under the previous administration.
When you let the people come in by the thousands and thousands and thousands, they made a terrible mistake. But they were incompetent, yeah.
Speaking before Thanksgiving dinner at Mar-a-Lago, President Trump slammed the Biden-era program that brought the shooting suspect to the U.S. Operation Allies Welcome allowed in about 90,000 Afghan nationals at the...
That's just foreign election interference. If it was Putin talking about a U.S. election, yeah, except America does it all the time, and it's doing it openly now under Trump. That's the point. And there's so many different things that are going on that we can't even actually focus on one of these issues. You know what I mean? It's so cooked.
Chaotic end of the Afghan war. Many of them, like the suspect, had worked with the U.S.
What the fuck? One European jackass in your chat, you put all of us in the same bag? What is going on, man? I'm fucking joking, okay? No, I'm not banning all Europeans from the chat. I just can't stand Europeans that LARP as Americans, okay? I think it's disgusting. Same with Canadians. We already have these fucking issues in America without the English, the rest of the fucking English-speaking world also LARPing as dumb fuck Americans. Oh my God. You should hate them more than me.
There was no vetting or anything. They came in unvetted. And we have a lot of others in this country. We're going to get them out. But they go cuckoo. Something happens to them.
Your DOJ IG just reported this year that there was thorough vetting by DHS and by the FBI of these Afghans who were brought into the U.S. So why do you blame the Biden administration?
Because they let them in. Are you stupid? Are you a stupid person? Because they came on a plane along with thousands of other people that shouldn't be here, and you're just asking questions because you're a stupid person.
That Justice Department Inspector General audit determined that the FBI played a critical support role in screening and vetting Afghan refugees, flagging 231 individuals on a terror watch list. Yesterday, the Department of Homeland Security announced that it would be reviewing all asylum cases approved under the Biden administration. A DHS official tells CBS News the suspect's asylum case was approved under the Trump administration earlier this year.
When it comes to asylum, when they're flown in, it's very hard to get them out. No matter how you want to do it, it's very hard to get them out. But we're going to be getting them all out now.
DHS says it has stopped processing immigration requests from Afghanistan while it conducts this asylum review. And now UN agencies are calling on the U.S. to continue allowing asylum seekers into this country and urging them to allow due process. Kelly.
All right, Nancy, thank you.
Behind.
Me? Hi, sir. Happy Thanksgiving. Hi. What do the Somalians have to do with this Afghan guy who shot the national?
Nothing, but Somalians have caused a lot of trouble. They're ripping us off for a lot of money. There's a tremendous amount of money going back to Somalia. What the hell are we paying money to Somalia for? But they're ripping off our country at a level that few people have been able to see before. That's about the only thing. You talk about competence. We have Ilhan Omar, who does nothing but complain about our country and our Constitution. And she comes from a country with practically no country. It's devastated, it's crime-ridden, it's a mess, it's a disgrace. And we took their people at a tremendous... We're not taking their people anymore. We're not taking their people. And we're getting a lot of their people out because they're nothing but trouble. Okay, thank you very much. Cuckoo. Something happens soon.
Your DOJ IG just reported this year that there was thorough vetting by DHS and by the FBI of these Afghans who were brought into the U.S. So why do you blame the Biden administration?
Because they let them in. Are you stupid? Are you a stupid person? Because they came in on a plane along with thousands of other people that shouldn't be here, and you're just asking questions because you're a stupid person. And there's a law passed that it's almost impossible not to get them out. You can't get them out once they come in. And they came in, and they were unvetted, they were unchecked, there were many of them, and they came in on big planes.
I mean, I think he's losing it. All signs point to him. I don't know if it's dementia, but he's just like completely out of control. He's a maniac, dude. He's losing it more than he has. He's just fucking crashing out nonstop. It's also pretty funny for a guy who thinks like he has a tremendous IQ because he passed a fucking dementia test, has any room to call other people stupid, you know? Oh, you're a stupid person. I think Donald Trump might unironically be the stupidest, the dumbest fucking president we've ever had.
And it was disgraceful. And if you look, you'll see there was a law passed. It makes it almost impossible not to let them in, not to certify them, so to speak, once they come in. And they came in, and they shouldn't have come in. And frankly, the whole thing was a mess. The whole Afghanistan situation was a mess. It should have never taken place. If we're going to go out, and we would have gone out because I had everybody ready to go, we were going to go out with strength and dignity and precision, and we would have left from Bagram, and we would have kept Bagram, by the way, because of its very close relationship to China and where they make their missiles. But when you let the people come in by the thousands and thousands and thousands, they made a terrible mistake. But they were incompetent. Yeah,
Mr. President.
She's trying to get up on my
National
lap.
Guardsman Sarah Beckstrom gunned down in the U.S. Capitol in broad daylight.
You're too fat to be on my lap. That's right. This is abuse. Literally trying to look at this. Look. I don't even know if you can see this. Look. No. What do you want? The fat phobia is crazy? Okay, well, she is fat, though. What do you want? What do you want? Look at this. Okay. That's crazy. What is this? I can't sit at my own desk. All right, move. Come on. Move. Big old lady. Oh God. Bro, call her big. She is big. Fuck. She's not done. She wants more pets. Streets are saying she's milking it. Yeah, she
Wednesday afternoon. As news of her death was confirmed last night and a procession drove her body for a post-mortem, the fears of many Americans were brought to the fore. Passers-by filmed the moments after Wednesday's attack. President Trump had argued that calling troops onto the streets of Democrat-run cities was to reduce crime, but others saw it as a political provocation that could end badly. Mr. Trump described Ms. Beckstrom as a national hero.
Outstanding in every way. She's just passed away. She's no longer with us. She's looking down at us right now.
31-year-old Afghan Ramanullah Lakanwal was quickly named as the suspect. He's now been charged with first-degree murder. The D.C. attorney and Trump ally Jeanine Pirro promised to delve deep into his background.
About what actually happened in terms of this individual even being in this country and being in a position to ambush and shoot down an innocent young woman.
Lakanwal had fled Afghanistan in the chaotic US withdrawal of 2021 during the Biden administration. He'd reportedly fought against the Taliban for an Afghan paramilitary force and been trained by the CIA. He was eventually granted asylum by the Trump administration only a few months ago, after he'd started his second term. The president tried to pin the blame on his predecessor in another unedifying outburst at a female reporter.
Why do you blame the Biden administration?
Because they let him in. Are you stupid? Are you a stupid person? Because they came on a plane along with thousands of other people that shouldn't be here.
Yes, he got fucking asylum during the Trump administration. Trump himself is an immigrant and of German origin. Yes, every American is an immigrant, except for Native Americans. This is so brain breaking, dude.
And you're just asking questions because you're a stupid person.
On social media, Trump promised to denaturalize migrants who undermine domestic tranquility and deport any foreign national who's a public charge, security risk, or non-compatible with Western civilization. Migrant communities are fearful that ICE raids may now escalate, with several federal agencies announcing sweeping immigration reviews. The U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Service has indicated the crackdown would apply to countries previously named in Trump travel bans that were introduced this June. They include states the U.S. has very complex relations with, like Afghanistan, Iran, Cuba, and Venezuela, and several that Mr. Trump has fewer obvious reasons to target, like Sierra Leone, Togo, and Turkmenistan, making a list of 19 countries considered, quote, of concern. Afghan rights groups say, don't blame us for the alleged crimes of...
The craziest part about it is it's not like we're bringing in a shitload of immigrants from these countries anyway. Okay? It's just not like, with the exception of, I guess, Venezuela and maybe Haiti, there is like, how many fucking immigrants are we bringing in from Sudan or Eritrea or the Democratic Republic of Congo? Like, this is already the pre-established norm. America already has a white nativist immigration structure. This is just trying to offer red meat to the racist base. Yeah, what did Laos do? I don't know, but there's 1 billion Turkmen taking over the country. Yeah. 2 hours before the Trump post, he definitely wrote it. This is the great lie of mass migration. You are not just importing individuals, you are importing societies. No magic transformation occurs when failed states across borders as scale migrants and their descendants recreate the conditions and the terrors of their broken homelands. It's so crazy for Stephen Miller to say this because he's Jewish, number one. And number two, at a certain point in American history, they said this about Jewish migrants, as well as they said this about Italian migrants, as well as they said this about Greek migrants, Irish migrants. Okay? It's just like none of this is real. None of it is real. It doesn't work that way. It does not happen. There's not a real problem. The reality is this. Exactly. Careful, that foreigner wants your cookie. This is it. Yeah, the very fact that the son of Jewish migrants is behaving like Adolf Hitler reborn here is also more proof that Americans assimilate, and become American. What is more American than being the son of migrants, only to turn around and be like, yeah, fuck these migrants, dude. They're unwashed masses. They're coming in to ruin the country. And in this exact same lifespan, like, he has relatives that directly were targeted as Jews with the exact same sentiment.
Afghan rights groups say, don't blame us for the alleged crimes of just one man.
We see school shootings in the United States very, very frequently. Often it's political violence or violence committed by white men. And we don't say, oh, this is a racial problem. We don't say, we should think, and, we should start thinking of banning white Americans or white males from schools.
Tonight, the other victim, Andrew Wolf, is still in it.
Damn, I said that verbatim yesterday. It's a good take. He's right. Sarah told her former boyfriend that her deployment was pointless.
Treated in and other.
Yeah, this is why I've been saying, like, I'm not going as hard on fucking the National Guard, or at least the individuals in the National Guard, as I would with like ICE or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, these are These are people who are part of the National Guard. They all know that they don't have to be there. They all know that it sucks, you know?
Other things regarding his treatment. In the meantime, our colleague Gabe Cohen spoke to a gentleman named Andrew Carr, who is the former boyfriend of Sarah Beckstrom, the Guard member who was killed in the shooting. They lived in West Virginia, and Gabe asked the former boyfriend.
So don't fucking join up. Come on, dude. We're talking about the goddamn National Guard. Jesus Christ. Oh, like, please. Every fucking time, dude. Holy shit.
And what Sarah Beckstrom felt about her deployment to Washington. Take a listen.
Did she believe in the mission of being there? Did she think it was important, or did she think they didn't belong there, the West Virginia National Guard?
It was mixed. She got deputized in there, and they gave them no rights to do anything. She was like, people spit towards us, cuss at us, throw things at us, and we can't do nothing. She couldn't detain nobody. She couldn't stop them from doing wrong. It was like they told them to call the cops. She wanted to make the difference. She wanted to extremely. She was happy with it. And she just was also like, why am I here if I can't do nothing? Where they limited them so much, she's like, it's pointless. She's like,
oh, never mind. She was like, I want to be able to, you know, combat crime with weapons. Jesus Christ. She's like, let me do cop duties, please. That's crazy. Ugh. I mean, she's 20 years old, dude. She was 20 fucking years old. Lamau, are you defending her and making fun of chatters? Yeah, I still don't give a shit, dumbass. Do I think that... Hey, guys. You are going to be very confused when you hear my take on this, I think. No, I don't think a fucking 20-year-old National Guards member, no matter how fucking stupid their worldview is, deserves to get executed in fucking broad daylight. The fuck? By a guy who worked as a death squad, death merchant by the fucking CIA, who snapped. The fuck? Wow. Yeah, I can't believe she wasn't a Maoist third worldist.
I get why we're here, crime's bad, but it's pointless if we can't do anything.
And that was Adam Carr, the former boyfriend of Sarah Beckstrom. I'm sorry, I mistakenly called him Andrew Carr a moment ago. His name is Adam Carr, and that's what he told our Gabe Cohen a short time ago today about Sarah Beckstrom and how she felt about being deployed to Washington. And here at the shooting scene, which we've been kind of scouring and covering the canvassing of this scene since yesterday. Take a look at this makeshift memorial. It is really...
It's just extra wild because, like, DC crime rates do not... I mean, there is no justification for deploying the fucking military to DC in any case, right? That's like the last option. What are you talking about? Unless there's like a direct military style conflict, what the fuck's the military doing there, right? But it's extra stupid when you look at DC crime rates going down and then this deployment happening just purely for the optics of it.
A critical condition.
And
the attack on him and
illegal.
Sarah Beckstrom, highlighting America's profound social and political divisions.
Well, joining me now is the lawyer and former head of Human Rights Watch, Kenneth Roth. If you're a US citizen or green card holder from any of these 19 countries, or probably a few more, you're probably living in fear of being grabbed by one of these hooded federal agents. What legal protection do you have?
I mean, quite a few. Once you are a U.S. citizen, even if by way of naturalization, you cannot have that taken away unless there was fraud found in your application. That's very difficult to prove. I mean, if you look at this particular case, I mean, Trump goes on and on about why did his administration grant asylum to this Afghan man. They knew all about him. He was completely vetted. This was the guy who was a member of a so-called zero unit working with the CIA. There was essentially a death squad in Afghanistan. The Trump administration knew all that and admitted him anyway. Now, he's said to have had mental health problems. One can understand that as a response to being in a death squad. But, to go from this single individual to Trump, trying to turn this into a broad condemnation of immigration, blaming immigrants for crime when in fact immigrants are 60% less likely to be imprisoned than native-born Americans. I mean, this is all classic Trump just to pursue his racist anti-immigrant agenda.
Right, but how much of a turning point do you think this is if you put it together with the travel ban on these 19 countries and the way that the administration says it's going to change, well, it's going to start looking at people from those countries and their immigration status?
Well, this travel ban, as
I'm confused. Was he like a child conscript or he volunteered to be a CIA slaughterer? Bro was 15 in Afghanistan. Like I don't think you're capable of making any sort of fucking decisions at that point. He was a child soldier. The CIA literally tapped him as a child soldier. What do you mean volunteered? He was 15 in Afghanistan. The level of fucking poverty in that situation is, I mean, he was groomed to be a CIA death squad member.
was just noted, was instituted in June. And in a sense, Trump is just saying, I'm going to intensify this travel ban, mostly on countries in Africa, the Middle East, and Central Asia. And it's a bit of a mishmash of countries. There's not a lot of rhyme and reason to it. If you look at Trump's social media posting where he announced this, it was classic rambling. He went on and on about Somalis in Minnesota, and then toward the end got around to this particular Afghan man. But I think we should recognize what's happening here. I mean, Trump's polling is plummeting in large part because he's not addressing the cost of living problems that many Americans are feeling.
It's interesting people are quick to notice the grooming and recruitment of a minor for sex, but not for war crimes. Unfortunately, chatter, I don't think people are quick to notice the grooming and recruitment of a minor for sex either. It's just where we're at right now.
And he is, falling back on his safe zone and attacking immigrants for a crime wave that nobody but him actually sees.
He's also effectively ending the ability of people to seek asylum from these countries, isn't he? I mean, how does that square with the United States' obligations under the Refugee Convention?
Well, there are two ways to look at that. I mean, one are people who are already in the United States. They have a right to seek asylum. That's a judicial decision. Trump can't just say, no, you're not going to get asylum. If they actually have a credible fear of persecution if sent back, they're entitled to stay. Now, where Trump has much more leeway is around refugees outside the United States who have petitioned to come to the United States. And Trump has radically reduced the number of refugee admissions from 125,000 that typically come in to just roughly 7,000. I mean, a radical reduction. And he wants to reserve a lot of those for white South Africans fleeing what he claims is a huge problem of racist violence in South Africa that, again, most people don't see.
And obviously the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has...
Yeah, that's the real add insult to injury moment, where it's like, oh yeah, white refugees from South Africa are actually experiencing white genocide, and we must bring in more of them. When the overwhelming majority of white people in South Africa are laughing at that notion and saying it's ridiculous. Meanwhile, everyone else that is like actually from areas that we have destroyed that want a better life, well, fuck those people.
An immigrant family background himself, but Cubans are also on this list, aren't they?
I mean, the Cubans, the Venezuelans, and that's the irony here. And Marco Rubio has in a sense given up his past. One appropriate response to this would be to say, okay, here was a guy who was committing summary executions on the U.S. government's behalf. Maybe we should stop supporting summary executions. But that's not what Trump is going to say.
Yeah. Why are we in Afghanistan for 20 years? Why do we have a outsourced death squad that is engaging in civilian executions? Maybe we should stop those things. Sounds pretty woke, I know. It's unacceptable. The death squads will continue. We're being woke here for saying maybe we shouldn't do those unimaginably violent things
right now, because Trump is sponsoring summary executions off the Venezuelan coast in the Caribbean against so-called drug suspects. These are completely lawless murders, but he's not examining this clear criminality. He's addressing concocted criminality on the part of immigrants who are much less likely than Native Americans to commit crimes.
But how far do you think the Trump influence is spreading? I mean, there have been reports in the press in recent days that the Trump administration has been writing to European governments saying you should also be stopping mass migration. You should also be making the case against, preserving your sovereignty. Is this a philosophy that is spreading from Washington and the Trump administration over here?
The Trump administration is deliberately promoting this white Christian ideology, the idea that Western civilization is premised on white Christianity, and any immigration contrary to that somehow undercuts the pillars of Western civilization. It's a blatantly racist, often Islamophobic approach. That's what Trump represents in the United States, and he's trying to promote similar far-right political parties in Europe to try to enhance this view.
Kenneth Roth, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We begin with the Fox News Alert. 20-year-old National Guard.
Yeah, I mean, I brought this up yesterday. Exactly. This is a long shadow of the Phoenix program in Vietnam, and similar death squad units in Guatemala, Colombia, and elsewhere put in place in the 1960s, which was also used as a model in Iraq and Afghanistan. This is a part of the American imperialist playbook. You go to the country, you take advantage of the pre-existing ethnic tensions or sectarian tensions, you create a structure. You create units of unimaginable violence that you outsource to the compradors, the native population. It gives you a sense of plausible deniability as well, okay? We've done this everywhere. And then once the dust is settled and you quote-unquote lose the war to the native anti-imperialist forces, you then bring those guys to the United States of America. You utilize them to create a steady flow of propaganda against the country that you just had to embarrassingly leave. This is a very common tactic. Sometimes it leads to blowback, like the Thanksgiving Eve instance of violence. Other times, even if you don't bring the compradors to the United States of America, they still end up doing devastating blows to the domestic population. 9/11 is an example of this, of course. And then we have the legion of PTSD brain broken veterans that are also engaging in similar acts of unlimited super violence because they themselves have also been lied to. They have no options. They're experiencing all the pain with no help whatsoever. And then the only way to seemingly bring back control into their lives is by engaging in suicide by cop or killing themselves and killing a bunch of other people, just like snapping. Word soup. Are death squads that bad? Yes, chatter. They are that bad.
Member dead and another fighting for his life after Wednesday night's ambush in
Washington.
Washington.
The Republicans are talking about the story now.
The Washington, D.C. Fire and EMS Department sharing this video of them honoring the victim, Sarah Beckstrom, as her body was transferred.
Sarah Beckstrom of West Virginia, one of the guardsmen that we're talking about, highly respected, young, magnificent person, started service in June of 2023, outstanding in every way. She's just passed away. She's no longer with us. She's looking down at us right now.
That was the president breaking the tragic news yesterday. The president also saying 24-year-old Andrew Wolf still fighting for his life right now. His family asking for prayers.
The suspect had worked with the CIA and evacuated to the U.S. from Afghanistan in 2021. The death of Beckstrom means he will likely face upgraded charges to include murder in the first degree. The DOJ also pushing for the death penalty.
We will do everything in our power to seek the death penalty against that monster who should not have been in our country. We're praying for a recovery for them, but worst case scenario, minimum life in prison with terrorism charges.
And with that, let's bring in U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Jeanine Pirro. I know it's a tough time for you, Jeanine, but can we talk right off the top about, are we going to see an escalation in charges?
Oh, there's no question. First of all, our hearts go out and our thoughts and prayers go out to the family of a beautiful 20-year-old Sarah Beckstrom who answered the call to serve her nation. And she volunteered, and she ended up being shot ambush style on the cold streets of Washington, D.C. by an individual who will now be charged with murder in the first degree. There are certainly many more charges to come, but we are upgrading the initial charges of assault to murder in the first degree. And we are hoping that the more information we can get and the more investigation that is going on 24/7 now, around the clock in Washington, the more we will find out about what actually happened in terms of this individual even being in this country and being in a position to ambush and shoot down an innocent young woman who was doing her duty to the people of this country.
Let's talk more about that, because obviously, in order to make a case in a court of law, you are going to need evidence. What can you tell us about the evidence being collected right now at the alleged killer's home in Washington state?
Well, I'm not going to get into the execution of the search warrants.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty open and shut, pretty simple case. It's actually very common. I guess the only thing that's unique about it is that the dude is brown, you know, and an Afghan national as opposed to someone from Idaho. Because shit like this happens all the time, you know. It's just, it happens incredibly frequently, as a matter of fact. It's just that the very fact that he is a CIA death squad guy who is an Afghan national is the unique component. He has the same exact type of PTSD due to the same exact type of heinous crimes committed by many of our homegrown veterans that went and got shipped off to Afghanistan. That's it. It's not the same. What? Not National Guard, really? It's not the same? What are you talking about? I'm talking about like Spec Ops guys that fucking come back and snap and kill their families. That's what I'm talking about. Like there was a literal Marine veteran that rammed his goddamn F-150 Ford pickup truck, a MAGA supporter, into a Mormon church not that long ago, like only a couple months ago. When these people are like, oh, I wonder what happened, it's like, it's a pretty common story. Yeah, a few months ago, a white male veteran shot up in a boat, shot up an entire fucking boat restaurant in North Carolina. These things happen pretty frequently. The reason why the administration doesn't make a big fuss about it is because they'd rather brush it under the rug and act as though it's not that significant of a problem. I mean, the very first day of the administration, you had the I feel like Batman or Halo guy, another Green Beret, who got a Cybertruck off a Turo, drove it to the fucking Trump Towers in Las Vegas, and blew himself up. What are we talking about? It's been like that since the first day of the fucking admin. At a certain point, you got to be like, hey, what's happening here? What's going on? Is this a real issue? Why is this happening? But that's not an easy narrative for many Americans to start thinking about, because that would require them to start thinking about why we're in Afghanistan, why we're in Iraq, why we're doing unlimited warfare all around the world. Is this productive? Is this useful? Should we be killing a bunch of fucking civilians overseas? You start questioning things like that, all of a sudden you're going to be awoke, and we can't have that.
But my staff was involved at the command post, and they have been.
Yeah, don't worry. We got people like this in here. You know what I mean? I'm over here being like, hey, endless militarism by the United States empire is probably going to have significant backlash by the domestic population, including blowback from the foreign population that we have dominated and tapped into to make mercenary death squad people. And this guy's like, dog zap, taser dog. That's just a way to be like, man, shut up. Please shut up. I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about that at all.
There around the clock. We continue to seek warrants and to execute on those warrants, even as we speak, not just in Washington, the state of Washington, but in other areas around the country, to get everything that we need to make sure that this prosecution is as fact full as we need in terms of the law and the evidence. This is a case that has touched the hearts of so many Americans, because to be gunned down on the streets on the nation's holiday is an outrage. And the individual who did this will pay the ultimate price, according to the Attorney General, Pam Bondi. As well, he should, once and if a jury returns a verdict that we will be seeking in this case.
Madam Attorney, what is your message to elected officials like Senator Dick Durbin and Senator Alyssa Slotkin that said that our National Guard was terrorizing American cities, that predicted that it would be the National Guard that would shoot innocent Americans, and many more horrific comments such as that?
You know, it outrages me. And, you know, there's a part of me that thinks that the left is disappointed that the National Guard didn't shoot someone. But the truth is that this left-wing progressive nonsense is nothing more than fueling the flame of division in this country. People should be grateful that the President of the United States has taken crime so seriously in this country that he is bringing in our law enforcement partners so that we can protect the innocent citizens. Look, I am the United States Attorney in the District of Columbia. We had the 4th highest homicide rate in the nation 2 years ago, and the president made the decision to protect the people of the district. Now homicides are down 60%, robberies are down 50%, carjackings are down 74%, and the left wants to complain about it. They should thank God that President Trump is the president, that he cares enough about the people of this country to fight the criminals and protect the innocent people. And let me say one more thing, and it's not about this case, it's about vetting in general. The nonsense that the left gave us with this Operation Welcome Allies. Look.
Yeah, it was the left that was like, we have to invade Afghanistan. It was the left that like said, hey, CIA, please find some 15-year-old Afghan boys and turn them into fucking monstrous mercenaries. That's it. It was the left that that designed this entire system. Totally. Hassan, I hope you perish. I mean, one day we all will perish. Hassan equals Nazi. Bad bitch PR. That's so funny. Wait, don't ban that guy. Hassan, are you still shocking your dog? Hassan, I hope you perish. Hassan equals Nazi. I'm gonna unban that person. That person has wonderful opinions. We gotta let that person in here. Hassan equals Nazi. Please explain what you mean by that. Thank you. You're welcome. Now, please explain what you mean by Hassan equals Nazi. Yeah, one day we'll all perish. I want to know what kind of brain damage caused that person to believe this.
There was no vetting. If you think there was vetting, I
don't know why they keep saying this. There was so much vetting. This dude got more vetting than most people do, okay? They got endless amounts of vetting.
Bridge to sell you. If you saw the chaos that was going on at that airport in Kabul.
I hope you stay alive forever so you can experience the permanent lonesomeness. Okay, that's a crazy thing to wish upon a person.
In Afghanistan, it was typical of what was going on in the Biden administration. And the Pentagon, I believe it was Kirby and people in the Biden administration said the Afghan withdrawal that we all know was disastrous was a success. And that's a quote. They called that a success. That chaos is not a success. That is a nightmare. And 13 American servicemen and women were killed at that airport because the Biden administration couldn't get their facts together and couldn't make a decision regarding the rules of engagement to take down a known suicide bomber. So let's stop namby-pambing around with this, oh, he was vetted. There was no vetted. The welcome mat was thrown down. They even admitted that they short-circuited the vetting. What they did was they brought in 90,000 people into this country that were not vetted. They told us all the other immigrants were vetted. What do? Call the FBI in Afghanistan and say, gee, do you have anything on this?
Yeah, all of this goes away when you realize that the dude was working with the CIA. The dude was working for the CIA. What are you talking about? Like, no, you don't call the FBI in Afghanistan. You just call the CIA. The same CIA that's operating in Afghanistan. which the government did. The reason why they're talking about vetting is because they want to make this an immigrant issue, okay? That's it. That's the reason. They want to chalk this up as yet another version of like immigrant crime. That's it. That's why they're like, oh yeah, this is what happens when you let migrants into the fucking country. It's like, yeah, I feel like this is a very unique case to be making here, don't you think? As much as I oppose your opinions, I respect the way you and your chat interact a lot more than others who say awful things to a chatter who politely disagrees and then bans them. I mean, I do that too sometimes. Trust me. But also, oftentimes the funniest thing is when someone says Hassan equals Nazi and I go, what do you mean by that? And I unban them and then they shut the fuck up because they realize that that was just a stupid thing to say. What happened? The bad bitch PR. You are a terrorism. What happened? Cat got your tongue, chatter? We unbanned you so you can make a convincing case. Oh, wait, never mind. They got permanently banned from the website because they said, I hope you perish. God damn it. I was memeing, don't hurt me. I know you were memeing, silly chatter. They got a site-wide. I also used to dislike Hassan, but he's really not that bad. Why so much hate? Yeah, there's an entire economy built around consistently refusing to address my arguments and instead just saying I'm a bad person. It's much easier to just tarnish someone's reputation over and over again by lying about them, especially if there are a shit ton of other people who are willing to entertain that. Instead of saying like Hassan's arguments are wrong. Yeah, poison the well, and then you don't actually have to get your audience to ever hear his arguments at all.
Did we call Venezuela and say, gee, how about your criminal justice system? What can you tell me about this guy? It's like the 10, 20 million illegals who've been let into this country. We don't know who they are until we suffer the consequences that we have seen in Washington. And I was on that scene, and it is a very sad place. And Sarah Beckstrom and her family did not deserve this. They should have been protected, which is the first order of government. And the left ought to stop their nonsense and recognize that they are not speaking for the American people. They are speaking about ideology and politics. Donald Trump, the president, the attorney general, and myself were interested in the facts, in the prosecution, making people accountable, and rest assured, we will.
You know, Madam Attorney, you bring up the vetting process, and we're learning more about this alleged suspect that apparently got this vetting before he partnered with the U.S. in these CIA elite counterterrorism things. It's unclear that there was any vetting after he came here. And I know you can't get into specifics of the investigation, but have we learned any more about what appears to be a likely motive?
That's not something that I'm going to get into right now. That's certainly something that we are examining. It's a fluid situation, as you well know. There are a great deal of people working, as I said, around the clock, trying to put together exactly what was going.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to just disparaging every migrant, I don't need any evidence. As a matter of fact, I will refuse to entertain the readily available evidence, right? But, you know, other stuff, I don't know.
Going on. But let me bring you back to the scene of the crime. What happened at that crime is unmistakable. It is a premeditated murder. There was an ambush with a gun toward people who didn't know it was coming. And that is the homicide, and that is the murder that we're looking at right now. You can go into all the other stuff, but as a prosecutor, my job is to prove what happened at that scene. And make no mistake, we will do that.
I'm really glad you touched upon premeditation, because earlier in our show this morning, Emily raised a really good point. And she said the following: this is Thanksgiving week. You are a father. The alleged killer is a father of 5 people. He has a wife. They live in a tiny apartment in Washington state. You would think that leaving on a cross-country trip would set off a...
Oh, his family is implicated too. We should actually deport the little children and his wife, right? That's what you... Is that the line of argument that we're engaging in here? Yeah. It's great.
Period of red flags. And so when you reference premeditation, yes, that applies to the alleged killer himself. But what about potentially others who may have some knowledge about the premeditated plan? Can you tell us anything about the investigation with regard to...
By the way, Thanksgiving literally is not like, I mean, I say this as someone who's an American citizen, but didn't grow up here, obviously, grew up in Turkey, but like, that's not a thing that you celebrate usually. It takes a couple years for you to be like, oh, yeah, Thanksgiving, this seems cool. So considering that he was in the country for like, what, 4 years, I don't know if him and his family of Afghan refugees are participating in the Thanksgiving celebrations.
The potential...
I don't know how many red flags that would actually bring up.
...that could be, let's say, involved in a conspiracy.
I'm not going to comment on that. You know that I can't. But there will be no stone unturned in this case. We will know everything about what happened. We have pretty much every agency, every investigative agency in this country involved right now around the clock. The intent and the determination of the men and women that I was working with and I spent the night with around the clock in Washington is very clear. We will know everything we need to know. It's not time to share that. When the time comes, we will share it.
Well, we appreciate, Madam Attorney, you coming on and giving us so much of your time. Just very quickly before we let you go, have you gotten any update on the other guardsmen?
President Donald Trump says the United States will strike inside Venezuela. Quote,
oh, great. Right after blowback, in Afghanistan, let's go immediately. Let's dive headfirst into another one of these endless quagmires, okay? Seems good to me. Just one more, guys. Come on. This time it'll be so different. This time it will be so different. There will be no blowback whatsoever off of this one. Millions dead, tens of millions displaced. It'll be fine. It'll be good. Just let me at it. Let me get one more.
Very soon. He made the statement while speaking to members of the U.S. military.
Oh, great.
On a Thanksgiving phone call. Have a listen.
And in recent weeks, you've been working to deter Venezuelan drug traffickers, of which there are many. Of course, there aren't too many coming in by sea anymore. Have you probably noticed that? We'll be starting to...
Yeah, it's because Venezuela is very far. I don't know if you know this, but Venezuela is pretty fucking far to be coming in by sea and is not a narco trafficking hub anyway. Not because you started lasering random fucking boats off of the coastline.
Stop them by land also. The land is easier. But that's going to start very soon. We warned them. Stop sending poison to our country.
The U.S. has killed more than 80 people in strikes on alleged drug trafficking boats in the Caribbean. The administration has offered no proof that the vessels were actually carrying drugs. Alejandro Velasco is a historian and associate professor at NYU. He's joining us from Amherst, Massachusetts. Thank you so much for being here. How are you doing?
Good. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you for being here. Let's get into this. President Trump says the U.S. is preparing to stop Venezuelan drug traffickers by land very soon. How seriously should we be taking this language? And what does it signal about a possible shift in strategy?
That's a great question. The reality is that over the past 2 weeks, what we've seen is very contradictory discourse coming out of the White House and, in fact, other members of the administration. We have some hawkish elements every day seeming to either leak or directly state that they seek greater intervention in Venezuela directly. And of course, we just had the recent naming designation of the so-called Cartel de los Soles as another escalation into that end. On the other hand, Trump has also said that he's not really interested in necessarily in intervention. He wants to talk with Maduro. Maybe there's room for negotiation. So, right now, this all seems like a part of a larger psychological operations game, warfare, to see if Maduro breaks.
The U.S. now has more than a dozen warships and 15,000 troops in the region. How unusual is this level of force around Venezuela, and what message is Washington trying to send?
It's unprecedented is what it is. Certainly, it's the largest deployment outside of...
Having leftovers, bodek, that my grandma made, pastrma. is bomb. I'm eating it cold right now. That's how good it is.
And military exercises in the 21st century. And even in the 20th century, it was an unusual deployment for this part of the region. I think what it says, obviously, is that the United States is prepared to intervene. The real question is whether the person who has ultimate say in whether that happens, which is President Trump, has in fact agreed to do so. But he's positioned to be there, and to some extent, the fact that there is this massive deployment commits some kind of intervention, because without something changing in Venezuela, this might actually be seen as a victory.
Do you ever go to Carousel in Hollywood or Glendale? Yes, I love Carousel. This is literally from Carousel. This is their garlic sauce, and this is their I forget what this is, but it's also from Carousel. Goated Armenian food.
For the Maduro government.
Well, while we're talking about things changing in Venezuela, the administration here has just designated Maduro and his allies as members of a foreign terrorist organization. What does that actually mean?
Yeah, I fuck with Sanku too.
It basically gives the administration more legal leeway to take actions that might not otherwise be permissible in a context of war or pre-war, if you want to call it that. It means that it has a greater arsenal and repertoire of action and engagement for people that it considers or designates to be part of this cartel. It also means that it doesn't have to provide nearly as much information, either certainly to Congress, which it already hasn't provided enough information, but to the judicial system. And so it allows for a greater range of action than has been the case.
Can you tell me, how are Venezuelans viewing this build-up?
Talking with your mouth full is making my skin crawl. I have food sensory issues. Please don't yell. Take a day off.
Impact could Trump's comments have on Maduro's domestic standing?
People that do that just want to be heard and seen. Is like a very annoying tendency. Hassan's job is to watch CNN and complain about it. Thanks for contributing. Yes, it is.
You know, Venezuelans have been through a lot, not just over the last 5, 10, 15 years, but really over the last 25, 30 years. The state of heightened crisis has almost been a kind of status quo. And so Venezuelans are going about.
DSA mentioned you in a fundraising email? Wait, what the fuck? Really? Hassan mentioned a DSA Black Friday email. I'd love to hear why people joined DSA. Some of you were inspired by Zohran Mamdani's victory in New York City. Others saw us on their union's picket lines or at Solidarity Kitchen supporting striking Starbucks workers. Others saw us in the media everywhere from Hassan Piker's Twitch stream to maligned on the cover of right-wing newspapers. Many were recruited through our fall drive-by friends, family, or coworkers who are already members. Damn. I told him you told me about it. Nice. I do funnel a lot. The DSA started to like you? What do you mean? There's never been a moment where the DSA has not liked me. What the fuck? It's like started is so funny. Damn. Nice of them. We were watching at our chapter watch party. Hell yeah. Ryan Grimm has a good take. The idea that we should freeze all migration because of one of CIA's death squad recruits went on a rampage is absurd. Smarter would be to stop training death squads. Yeah. Oh, well.
Their lives. Obviously, my friends and family who are there are anxious or concerned about potential actions. Some of them are moving if they feel like they're close to military targets. They're finding elsewhere to stay. But for most people, it's getting into the holiday season, and so they're trying to live their lives. But it has also had significant impact because the U.S. has also said that airlines should not fly into or in Venezuelan air territory, and so many airlines have not canceled flights, and so that's affected the plans of many Venezuelans that they had, especially for holidays, to travel. And so it's definitely an impact.
Okay, we'll leave it there for now, but let's see what.
Training death squads in foreign countries creates jobs. True. Tremendous opportunity for prosperity, too.
Happens next. Thank you for breaking it down, Alejandro Velasco. Appreciate it.
New this morning, President Trump says the U.S. military will start targeting alleged drug trafficking networks inside Venezuela very soon.
we've almost stopped. It's about 85% stopped by sea. You probably noticed that. People aren't wanting to be delivering by sea.
Yeah, it was 0% before, and it's still 0% now. We just killed a bunch of people in the process. Fucking can't argue with that, you know?
And we'll be starting to stop them by land also. The land is easier, but that's going to start very soon. We warned them, stop sending poison to our country.
I hate this fucking...
Thousands of U.S. troops and more than a dozen warships are in the Caribbean, in the waters off Venezuela. You're seeing the strikes, some of those strikes that have happened in the waters off of Venezuela. They've been carrying out those deadly strikes for weeks now. Joining me now, CNN senior military analyst and former NATO Supreme Allied Commander Admiral James Stavridis. Thank you so much for being here this morning. All right, President Trump is saying that he will soon stop the Venezuelan drug trafficking by land. Do you read that to mean he's talking about troops on the ground? I mean, what else could it mean?
You eat a lot. I'm a big boy.
I think it sounds like boots on the ground. I was just reading an email I got from a Vietnam War veteran who said the four most frightening words he can imagine a president saying are, "The land is easier," meaning once you start putting boots on the ground, it gets a lot harder than dropping bombs from the air or launching missiles from the sea. And I know that, having launched a lot of missiles from the sea. The danger is when you put troops ashore. So what's the president talking about? I don't know. I hope it would be very limited kind of incursions, perhaps against drug labs, maybe going after some leadership targets. I could sketch those out in greater depth, Sarah. But frankly, we need to be very cautious about anything that involves putting U.S. boots on the ground in Venezuela. I hope the Congress gets involved with this. Final thought, sometimes people look back to the 1980s.
What an insane... Like, it's a non-starter. Someone has to die, right? I love that the guy who's, like, against Donald Trump here is still on board in principle with, like, the executions of at least some Venezuelans. He's like, yeah, just lob missiles from afar, you fucking idiot. Kill a bunch of people. Don't worry. We should do that. I've done it. You know, I love doing it. It's just, don't send the brave boys and girls to engage in a land invasion of Venezuela. I like that that's the anti-war position here. That's the centrist. The centrist position is like, hey, please, like someone has to die. You know, some Venezuelans are going to die, right? That's a given. It's just, you know, let's make sure that it's just like Venezuelans in leadership. Awesome. Yeah, what are we supposed to do with these missiles? They're just sitting around in stockpiles, man. They have to be used. Otherwise, they're just, they're rusting. They're getting rusty in the stockpiles, and those stockpiles have to be replenished. But in order for them to be replenished, in order for us to turn profit here, we gotta use them. If you don't use it, you lose it. Increasing holding cost of inventory, unacceptable. Yeah, it's great.
80s and 90s when we invaded Panama and kind of took that country and took the leader Noriega, a very successful operation called Just Cause. Here's the problem. Panama is a tiny country. Venezuela, it's twice the size of California. It would be a big military operation.
This is footage that has shocked many, and it starts with two men emerging from a building under the gaze of Israeli soldiers. The men raise their arms in surrender. They're kicked on the ground and then pushed back to the building. And then, with grim, calm precision, they are shot dead. Moments later, a digger is used to collapse part of the building on top of their bodies before the soldiers return to the debris and drag out one of the victims. Jenin is a city that has seen so many conflicts between Palestinians and Israelis. The tension and anger now renewed.
They have been killed in cold blood. They could have arrested them and not executed them. This is a heinous crime. It's disturbing and painful and frustrating for us.
For the record, even arresting them would be illegal. Jenin is Palestinian territory. It is illegal for the Israeli occupational forces to even exist there. But of course, that's besides the point because nobody gives a shit about rules.
The Israeli military is still in Jenin, demolishing buildings, arresting more people. But the anger over these killings has spread far beyond this city, raising profound questions.
The images that we're seeing are
By the way, before people say cool ceasefire, this is not in Gaza. This is in the West Bank.
a microcosm of the larger violence in the West Bank. The Palestinian Authority has said it is a war crime. It certainly looks like that's the case. The issue is that there is a lack of credible investigations into any of these killings.
The Israeli military says it is transparent and will investigate, but many are dubious. Between 2018 and 2022, there were 219 cases launched against Israeli soldiers accused of killing Palestinians illegally in the West Bank. Of these, 107 were actually investigated, but only one led to an indictment and conviction, and the punishment was community service. The only reason we know about these killings is because they were filmed by a bystander, but that has led to international condemnation from human rights groups, from the United Nations and beyond. But here in Israel, there is an enduring respect for the military and a widespread feeling that soldiers should be immune from punishment and even investigation. Take this man, Israel's national security minister.
We need to put an end to this distorted procedure. When one of our fighters shoots a terrorist, they immediately take him for questioning. We need to stop this distorted procedure. We need to stop this perception. We are fighting enemies and murderers who want to rape women and burn babies.
But the impact of these images will run deep. Can Israel really convince the world that this was justified? Adam Parsons.
They don't need to.
Volodymyr Zelensky,
They get whatever the fuck they want.
his right-hand man, lead Ukrainian negotiator.
Also, Itamar Ben-Gvir talking about they want to rape our women and kill our babies, burn our babies is so crazy because he directly has celebrated the raping of Palestinians and the burning of babies. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like a one-to-one straight up fucking real animal. As always, of course, yes, Israel will investigate itself and the results will be the same. The criminal will be never held accountable. The only reason we're even talking about it is because it was caught on video and they only allowed it to be filmed because they know they can get away with it. Yep. Always. Yeah. Welcome to Israel, where the rapists are heroes. Force 100, the battle for justice, the reservists from the notorious rape and torture unit that used to operate at the Sde Taimon concentration camp were given 22 minutes of airtime to play victims.
On the international stage, and the second most powerful person in Ukraine. No more. Andriy Yermak quit hours after anti-corruption officials raided his home.
First, the President's Office of Ukraine will undergo a full reboot. Its head, Andriy Yermak, has tendered his resignation. I am grateful to Andriy for consistently presenting Ukraine's position at the negotiating table exactly as it ought to be presented. His stance has always been staunchly patriotic. However, I want to avoid any rumours or needless speculation.
It's the most significant departure from the president's inner circle since the start of Russia's full-scale war, and comes amid a major corruption scandal shaking the country. But speculation was doubtless fueled by the raid on Yermak's home by anti-corruption officials. It's not yet clear what investigators were looking for, but the probe comes after Ukraine's two main anti-corruption agencies revealed a plot related to contracts at the State Nuclear Energy Agency worth around $100 million in alleged kickbacks and laundered money. Given his position of influence, Yermak has long been viewed with suspicion by anti-corruption campaigners, even though he's not been named as a suspect or charged with any crime.
I don't want him to be any part in Ukrainian government and in any part in international relationships and especially negotiations.
What do you say to people who worry that this anti-corruption scandal
It's a big distraction for Zelensky, and it means he can't focus on the war.
I would say that Ukraine is democracy. We are fighting the war with Russia not to build here a little Russia or Belarus.
With Yermak gone, the next question is whether Zelensky himself can survive this storm. The corruption scandal has caused outrage amongst ordinary Ukrainians, especially because it involves the energy sector. People here are suffering from power outages as Russia targets energy infrastructure.
I volunteer and support the armed forces of Ukraine, and I see how difficult fundraising has become. People donate from tiny salaries, from meagre pensions. And it makes me furious that officials are stealing millions.
As well as a volunteer, Olga is also a poet. I ask her to read a piece she wrote. It's about justice.
Though justice slumbers, silent, out of...
One must ask the question, why this coverage is happening right now? Because this kind of coverage existed and was quite common about Ukraine pre-Russian invasion. Okay, this and like the Azov brigades, super common. I mean, the Panama Papers showed that Zelensky, after running on an anti-corruption campaign, had offshored some of his wealth, all this stuff. But why is the Western media now covering it? I think the reason why they're covering it now is because they're trying to put the clamp on Zelensky. I think they're trying to apply pressure to Zelensky to take on. I think the American State Department's position on Ukraine is shifted and kind of feels like they want Zelensky to play ball with Russia, no matter how ridiculous Russian demands may get. I think Donald Trump has shifted the State Department priorities. I don't think the Western media is that unified. I don't know. I think they are pretty unified. Otherwise, I mean, how did they all collectively stop covering corruption and things of that nature, or the problem of like fascism in the Ukrainian National Guard, the Ukrainian military movements, or the Ukrainian military in general, and only now are they talking about it again? I think there's usually a reason. I suspect that the reason is not because like this is a new instance of corruption or anything like that, but I think the reason is because the Trump administration wants Ukraine to concede. So people are reading the tea leaves on that. Even though I don't agree with your opinion on Ukraine, I do think the elite of Ukraine have never been all in on defending the country with all the corruption in the country in the wartime. Oh no, for sure. Okay, if you don't, I don't know what you disagree with me on then, because I've always maintained that position. Sorry, can you explain again how this coverage is trying to put pressure on Zelensky? When they wanted Ukraine to push back, when they wanted to manufacture consent, and they wanted to present it as though Ukraine was like consistently defeating the Russian orcs, they would talk about it in such terms. They were like, Zelensky is the GOAT, he's a hero. And it's somewhat understandable that they would do that. I mean, Ukraine obviously was getting pummeled by Russia with an unjustifiable invasion. But now that now it seems like there's a change in the attitude. The stalwart pushers of the war are forever our oligarchs in Ukraine. Well, some.
Sight, lost somewhere in the cinders and the wreck. In times of war, when terror stalks the night, it is the one thing Ukraine must protect.
Deborah Haynes, Sky News, Kyiv.
To Hong Kong next, where firefighters have found dozens more bodies as they continue to search a high-rise complex which was engulfed by a huge fire. At least 128 people are known to have died, with many more still unaccounted for. Anti-corruption officers have arrested 8 people in connection with renovation work taking place at the complex. From Hong Kong, our Asia correspondent Helen Ann Smith reports.
What do you do? How do you spend your time when you've just lost everything you have? It is the unhappy dilemma for thousands today in Hong Kong. The silence was heavy as the families were let out from identifying their dead. A grim procession of grief. There are still an unknown number lying somewhere in there. Out here, the weight is unbearable. We meet Mr. Law, whose elderly parents live.
Some people say bamboos weren't the issue. Yeah, I've heard that as well. But there's still I mean, they're going to conduct an investigation, so we'll see.
27 floors up. He knows they are probably dead.
They're my mum and dad. Why wouldn't I want to find them? I pray they're still alive. But even if they're dead, I just want to know the news. Just let me know if they're really gone. Then I won't be so nervous and panicked. I haven't been able to sleep at all, and I can't eat.
He has a question for Hong Kong's leader.
I want to ask John Lee, what are you actually doing? All you did was wander around and hold press conferences. What about us? I have no way of making inquiries.
There are more people here today, the needy spanning all ages. But there is a new wariness too, a sense they're on heightened alert. The key focus here is, of course, the plight of the survivors, and there is still this terrible grief, but there is a sense too that the mood is slightly shifting. There's a tension, an anxiety, even an anger, a quiet belief that perhaps Hong Kong's system has let its people down. There is fury aimed at the construction firm accused of cutting corners, but they are not the only target. Many here insist the authorities also battered away their concerns. Just listen to the levels of distrust.
There are many ongoing renovation projects. There have been problems with the building for decades, and the government knows it. In every case, there are criticisms, but the criticisms are always suppressed.
Do you believe that corruption has been involved here?
Absolutely.
Tensions boiled over amongst volunteers too. Some groups linked to the Beijing-backed government, accused of seizing control and the credit. In Hong Kong of old, there would likely have been vigils held here. But after China cracked down on democracy, now even grief cannot gather en masse. What's happening here?
Bullshit, bro. Oh my God. That is fucking crazy. They had to fire one off at the end, you know what I mean? You have to. That is fucking nutty, dude. Never let a fucking significant crisis go to waste, you know what I mean? It's an opportunity, right? BBC Big Bad China, they literally just fucking waited for the last segment in this 3-minute and 25 second news piece to be like, yeah, China actually did a fucking crackdown on Hong Kong democracy, and that's why they can't even properly mourn the losses. Like what purpose does this have? Hong Kong in general is an endlessly accessible place for Westerners too. Like, what's the actual purpose of saying something so stupid? I mean, if I hadn't just gotten back from Hong Kong, maybe it would be more difficult for me to push back against this, but like, that's crazy. The mainland Hong Kong tensions out of control now. Some pro-West Hong Kongers actually blame the mainlanders, saying shit like those bamboo are made in mainland or some bullshit. The mainland immediately sent firefighters and resources for assistance and working around the clock. Meanwhile, the Japanese fascist prime minister just sent a message, and many Hong Kong are all saying thank you, Japan, lol. Yeah, I mean, China has this, like mainland China has a system where like immediately they send in aid from all the other provinces. The notion that like people there are not going to be able to mourn their losses because the Chinese administrators are going to fucking put a crackdown on it and you know, end it is so stupid.
Credit. In Hong Kong of old, there would likely have been vigils held here. But after China cracked down on democracy, now even grief cannot gather en masse. What's happening here is a human disaster, but the fallout could well be political. Helen Ann Smith, Sky News in Hong Kong.
You want a white nation? Build a white town.
And then become organized with like-minded people.
We're part of a living tradition that we can't lose.
We were up early this morning to go to a whites-only town in rural Arkansas. Eric, who runs the town, is all over social media. He's going on every YouTube and podcast, very prominent neo-Nazis and white supremacists and anti-Semites in the US. And they're letting CNN come visit them.
I think this is one of those things where it's like, yeah, let them have that, bro. It's Arkansas, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think anybody gives a fuck about this. It's Arkansas. Not only is it Arkansas, but it's also like it's just another town in Arkansas, like a whites only town in Arkansas. Wow. So you mean just another town in Arkansas? Got it. Like if they didn't build themselves as like a white only town in Arkansas, I think most people would just assume it's yet another one, you know?
There he is. Stoney O'Sullivan, nice to meet you. And how many acres have you got here? Or
160.
Okay.
Ish.
It's pretty sizable.
Yeah. That is a pavilion, or will be a pavilion. Just a place to meet up.
What does somebody have to do, or what does somebody have to be to come live here?
You have to be someone who identifies with your European heritage and ancestry.
So European, white.
Those are synonyms to me.
Right now there's about 40 or so people living here, give or take. But you told me there's hundreds of people want to move here. Hundreds of people have applied.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
totally.
there are quite a few people waiting to be interviewed.
Yeah, any day now, bro. Any day. Bro, this is hilarious. I think let him do this shit, you know? Maybe controversial opinion, but I think we should just like, if self-selecting racist white people want to fuck off to a whites only enclave that is in Arkansas, hello? Yeah, go right ahead, King. I love that shit, bro. Get the fuck out of the big cities. Get the fuck out of diverse neighborhoods. You know, if you want to self-banish, I'm taking it. I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. And I'm saying, go ahead. You can fulfill all of your cousin fucking desires in your little enclave, man. Hell yeah. It seems like a slippery slope, but I'm cool with it if it's going to be confined to rural Arkansas. I mean, I think so. Yeah. Yeah. Because you can't get acres and acres of land anywhere else. You know what I mean? You have to kind of go to rural Arkansas. So it's basically the problem solves itself.
Are they all racist?
Well, it depends on what you mean by racist. Are they racist in the sense that they hate other groups of people and want to deprive other groups of people of resources or opportunities? No.
People like Eric are afraid that white Americans are being replaced, and a projection from the US Census has them worried. I think America is due to become a minority.
Imagine endorsing sundown towns in the Big 2-5. I think you have to understand. What about the people who have to travel through there? Can't believe you're endorsing sundown town. Travel through there? You're joking, right? You're fucking joke. You must be joking. Where? Not at all. Where are you going? Do you know where this fucking place is? What are you talking about? It is literally so far away from any human life. If you live 10 miles away, you're under their jurisdiction. They can pull you over for bullshit. Brother, you are trying to imagine a world where these dumb fucks have any kind of fucking motion whatsoever. Is literally asking for bullshit to happen. I mean, I understand where you're coming from with the sundown town shit, but the problem with the sundown town is it literally is pre-existing towns. Okay? It's pre-existing towns that are designed not after the fact in bumfuck nowhere. They are towns that are literally the only towns that are the points of fucking humanity and points of civilization in between points of travel. This is like a little white supremacist enclave that has to be far removed from the rest of existence. Like, this is not even a town, by the way. There is no jurisdiction. There is nothing here. Yeah, it's Waco, exactly. It's basically self-exile until there is. Yeah, I don't think... Look, if it happens, then yes, you're right. If it's a municipality, sure. I don't think it's happening anytime soon, okay? I just don't believe that these fucking dipshits have any motion whatsoever. This is a terrible take, Lamau. The rural South has a ton of black people. What do you mean? Some of the largest black population states in the country by percentage are southern states. Letting this stuff foment down there unaddressed is bad. The moment that this fucking loser actually has any sort of motion is an entirely separate equation. Okay? I think you guys are trying to figure out a way in which this is wrong, which it is. It's wrong fundamentally. It's a white supremacist town that they're trying to build. Okay? Obviously, like, I take issue with it. But god damn, you guys don't have to be so fucking serious about this shit. This is the future the American Communist Party wants? Yes, exactly. Your understanding of white supremacy is so juvenile, it's infuriating. It's because I am a white supremacist. I'm moving to the white supremacist town, okay? That's why I'm a white supremacist. I'm white. Okay, I'm white. I'm a white man. I'm a cisgender, heterosexual white man. You got me. You caught me. Okay, you caught me because I want these white enclaves to survive and exist so we can have sundown towns and finally restore the white caliphate. You fucking got me, dude. It starts with the implicit biases. It starts with the blind spots. Despite the fucking tens of thousands of hours poured over critically examining white supremacy and how it manifests in every orifice of American society, you, chatter, you caught me. It was actually my privileged blind spot that you identified, and now the mask is slipping. Shut the fuck up. God damn, dude. You're so fucking stupid. What is this like? Are you okay? No, I'm not okay. No, I'm not okay. No, of course I'm not fucking okay, dude. I can't even crack jokes at the expense of a bunch of inbred white douchebags that decided to fucking try and build a failed white supremacist enclave in the middle of fucking nowhere where they're in self-exile without a bunch of chatters saying that I'm actually blinded by white supremacist values. How can I be okay? I hate all of you. I hate the woke. I hate woke. I hate the left. I hate the woke. Fuck. We will never achieve anything. We will never build communism, socialism, any sort of progress whatsoever. It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. It's not happening anytime soon, regardless. But we're not even building even a modest expansion of social safety nets, okay? Because this kind of mentality is just cancer at the heart of any kind of fucking coalition building, any kind of movement building. You can't even fucking make a couple jokes without people being like, whoa! It's a privileged blind spot. And now I'm crashing out because I'm a white supremacist. Okay? Just get the fucking ball rolling ahead of time. Make some fucking TikToks, chatters. It's time. Let's go. Hassan consistently dropping the ball on black issues. He needs to stop talking about black issues. It's just like you're centering your entire worldview around being a fucking smarmy douchebag. Who the fuck? What the fuck are you doing? We're getting to a goddamn point where if people want to fucking be white supremacists, they can openly say it. You won't achieve shit because you're not an organization. You have no idea about movement building. You've clearly never been a part of movement. You, whatever movement you're a part of, you are destroying. Okay? Whatever fucking movement you have actually been a part of, you are actively undermining and destroying. You literally are born with a copy of the fucking CIA disruption manual. You, chatter. You. I am not a movement, exactly. But even though I'm not a movement and an entertainer nonetheless, you still treat this as though it is yet another opportunity for COINTELPRO. And it's not that you're getting paid by the fucking CIA. You're just doing it for fun because you're a fucking moron. You're a fucking moronic dipshit. Every single thing must be designed according to your own personal values. That's it. You're selfish. You're stupid. And even when something is irrelevant and unproductive and utterly for entertainment purposes, you can't fucking stop yourself. You have no charity. You have no grace. You're just a fucking narcissistic loser. Okay? And you behave like a little federal agent for free. You're catastrophizing. You really have no clue you were crashing out for a place of sensitivity? I'm not. I'm crashing out because I can't fucking stand losers like you. Okay? I can't stand it. And guess what? No one can. No one can stand you. No one. You need to really stop behaving like this. Fuck, man. Oh, the problem is you think you're doing progressive politics when in fact what you are doing is being a fucking annoying woke scold. Your own personal inability to understand context, nuance, whether someone is actually joking or not, is not actually doing praxis. You're not doing praxis. You're posting in a fucking Twitch chat. You goddamn loser. Shut the fuck up. You are so unimaginably insufferable. You are not actually doing praxis right now. Please understand this. Remember, this all started because you had to argue that sundown towns are cool. You are a mentally deficient, absolute moron if you think I said sundown towns are cool. That is not a thing that I said. I actually never said that. You have to make up what I said in order to justify your worldview, in order to justify your smarmy, annoying, narcissistic tendencies. This is what I mean. Stop masquerading as though there is a real point of contention that you're advocating for here. There is none. You just want to be heard because you're a fucking loser and no one cares about your opinion. Okay? That's why you're doing this. I hate the tendency of the left to make it seem as though as long as they use academic language and emancipatory language, they can just be a fucking woke scold, boring loser who just everyone has to pay attention to. And the other problem is there are plenty of people that are going to fucking hear this shit and go, you know what? Was that person a black person? Was that person a brown person? Maybe they do actually have a real serious issue with what Hasan is saying. No, you're just being fucking insufferable and also incredibly cynical. And not only are you being insufferable and incredibly cynical, you're also lying about my positions now. If you have to justify your worldview or what you did just now by lying about what I'm saying, after spending years in this fucking community, then maybe you should really reconsider how you approach the subject matter. Why? Why do you feel the need to do this? Day one, because your blood pressure is at insane levels right now? Just stop being fucking weird. Stop being annoying. The reason why I pop off like this is because it literally, it's the most annoying tendency. It's the most annoying tendency that people have. It's so frustrating. Holy fuck. It's just, this is the one aspect that the right unironically nails when they say, oh, this is just like virtue signaling. Because that's what it is. This is not even like, you don't genuinely believe this. You don't genuinely believe this is my position. Because if you did, then you're a fucking moron, right? Like if you spent years and years in the community of someone who is justifying sundown towns because they think it's cool, then you have to be a fucking moron. So which one is it? Are you mentally deficient? Or are you being cynical here for the purpose of winning an argument? And then here come every single person that will turn around and in the least charitable way go, you didn't say you like sundown towns. You said, let these fucking mentally ill white supremacist losers self-exile, because that's what I said. But you're not going to actually say that. You're going to say, Hasan, you justified the existence of whites only towns. Okay? That's what you're going to say. That's your misunderstanding. And I totally understand if someone has never encountered my commentary before and maybe they misunderstand my position. But if you're in this community, you don't have to masturbate to a deliberate misunderstanding, okay? It's just so frustrating. I hate having to deal with, you said you like pancakes, you must hate waffles as the primary fixture of people's politics on a daily fucking basis. Because that's all this is. That's all this is. You're not doing politics, you're not doing praxis. You will never understand the point I'm trying to make because being insufferable is your politics, by the way. Me. I'm being insufferable. Pay attention to me. I'm using academic language. I'm using emancipatory language. You have to listen to me. I'm going to tell you right now that you're actually hurting my feelings, but you're not hurting my white feelings. You're hurting my feelings as someone of insert marginalized identity. That this way, other people who will encounter this conversation later down the line, because I have a million different fucking haters who are clipping right now, salivating at the prospect of this conversation taking place, are going to use the most negative framing to cut 1,000 other fucking arguments about how Hasan is a white supremacist. He snapped now. Okay? Oh, gotcha. Politics is boring. No, politics is not boring. You can make politics fun. Okay? You can make it fun. I try to all the time, in spite of the fucking best attempts of the most smarmy, annoying fucking douchebag losers on the goddamn planet. Oh, this is the ideal scenario of a non-existent place with no populace that no one lives in and has nothing of value. No one is there to be fucked. It's vacant nothingness at this moment is only letting in volunteer giga-bigots so no one loses. And it's going to fail regardless. It's not going to fucking work because they're a bunch of inbred hicks. Anyway, don't refresh their logs. They have, yeah, I know. False dichotomies. I can see this is a sore point for you, bro. I just sound like that. Haha, I don't have to try. The victim complex is so wild. I'm not a victim, dumbass. I'm not. You are. And you're also self-victimizing. And you're also just fucking a nuisance. I'm not saying I'm a victim. I'm not a fucking victim at all. I'm a profoundly privileged person who at the very least tries to use their privilege to fucking reach a broader audience and try to change their minds in spite of your fucking shitty best attempts to try to gatekeep any kind of fucking progressive movement from happening because you're a fucking loser who is a hipster with their politics. Don't ever come in here and say this is life or death for me and you don't take this shit seriously, because if this was life or death for you, you would probably not behave like this. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's it. It's that simple. You only come in here specifically to cause nonsense, to cause bullshit, because your life is otherwise boring, and you probably pulled this shit in whatever organization you were a part of, and slowly but surely people tried to quiet you down, either forcibly exiled you from whatever organization that you were a part of, or at least they just stopped listening to you. So now, at least under the guise of anonymity, you can be a fucking annoying loser in here. Celestial praxis. What kind of celestial praxis is this? A lot of people need to wake the fuck up, okay? There is a reason why your coworkers look at you and find you to be gross, okay? Because you behave in this way. It's annoying as shit. Being the most annoying douchebag someone has ever met, but then adding emancipatory language to it doesn't fucking make you correct. Some people wear this shit on their fucking sleeve. Oh, everyone hates me, so I must be doing something right. No, you're not. Everybody hates you because you're fucking annoying. Your politics might be good, but you're fucking annoying. Stop. I'm not saying this to hurt your fucking feelings either, by the way. God damn, bro thought jokes would fly is like the only thing that these dipshits unironically and sincerely hold on to. Be normal, please. Refresh chatter is saying more. That chatter is a woke scold ultra leftist. Then why are you crying so loud if you're not a victim? I'm loving the fan fiction. No, I'm crying so loud because your tendency is poisonous, okay? It's annoying. I could have just banned you a long time ago. But the reason why I'm actually trying to have a conversation with your terminally brain-rotted online dipshit politics is because it's poisonous. It's the same reason why normies look to us. Okay, normies look to us from afar and go, ew, gross. I don't want nothing to do with this community because of people like yourself, because of the tendencies of engaging in like hyper scrutiny as a form of politics. Remember how we were joking about like this kind of stuff needs to go away in woke too? The notion that like people are, for example, not reacting to a movie correctly, or whatever content you're consuming actually determines what your political ideology is. Oh, this content creator is a fascist because they said something I didn't like. Like this kind of behavior is unimaginably off-putting to normal people who haven't done any reading whatsoever. Okay? And unfortunately, we can't do that. We don't have the opportunity to engage in these sorts of idiotic purity spirals. We don't have the time, and we do not have the manpower to even do so. Okay? You ain't turning this franchise around, dog. No, I know it's not turning around. But every now and then I need to be somewhat off-putting to people who make this their only politics because they are poisonous. They're poisonous for growth. They're poisonous for any sort of fucking movement. So I need to like push them away by yelling at them with the hopes that like maybe the 12 other individuals who agree with this person's worldview will then fucking turn around and say, yeah, maybe there's some truth to what he's saying. Maybe this is really off-putting, so I'm not going to fucking engage in this. I've been in mutual aid groups for over 6 years now. I've seen people like this chatter nearly tear apart groups that have been going on for 10 plus years and fed tens of thousands. Yes. And the worst part is these people literally do not understand what they're doing. Like there's just no other way. It's because whatever kind of like social maladaptive behavior they demonstrate, they think they can masquerade by simply using the right language. Okay? You're not being fucking annoying or a nuisance. You're actually engaging in a justifiable endeavor to clean up this community that you're a part of. Like, no, you don't. You're not doing that. You're not trying to clean up the community with like any sort of moral purity or holding the streamer accountable. Okay? You're just being fucking annoying. And you want people to pay attention to you and you want to be the king of the woke. Okay? That's it. I've seen thousands of people like you come and go. Many of them become lifelong haters and then make fucking fools of themselves like that Suki's mom person on Twitter. Okay? That's where you're going to become if you don't actually change the path that you're going down. Okay? That's it. It's because their politics are their whole personality. They think they're better than everyone else. It's pure narcissism. It is pure narcissism. No wonder there's so many fucking left movements in this country that turn into cults. Yes, they were annoying, but crashing out about this hard wasn't the best way to teach any lessons. No, you're doing the same fucking thing that I'm yelling about right now, just a different variety of it. Okay? That's it. You're doing the same thing. You're just doing a different variety. I agree with you, but your methods are unacceptable. Okay, then fucking leave. I'm an eldest immigrant daughter. You think yelling me pushes me away? Do you know normal people? You hang out with streamers? I know a lot more normal people than you do. Trust me. I don't know why a Twitch streamer is held to this standard. Because there's no emotion in the real world. The only time where you fucking make a big fuss about a Twitch community, especially one that is so ideologically aligned with you, is when you recognize that you're powerless. Okay? This comes from a place of powerlessness. In 2016 and 2017 and 2018, the reason why so many fucking rad libs hyper focused on whatever kind of content was not suited to their immediate demands was because they knew that they couldn't do anything about the Trump administration. They knew they couldn't do anything to tackle white supremacy, which is a core foundational value for America. So what could they do? Maybe feel a little bit better about themselves if insert corporate name here actually took their demands seriously and they got a crumb of accountability. And it's this right here, the Twitch streaming space is entirely reliant on consistent feedback. Okay. There's a lot of back and forth communication happening here in this medium. And that is precisely the reason why that accessibility makes some of the fucking craziest people nut at the prospect of being able to get a streamer to respond to their accountability measures. Okay? It sucks. It's fucking annoying. It sucks. It's annoying. And those people, when I say these words, will go, there it is. He's avoiding accountability. No, I'm not. I'm trying to tell you that what you're doing is not a sincere demand for accountability, that you haven't actually been wronged. But the real reason why you're doing this is because you want to be heard. And deep down inside, hopefully you can recognize that and stop behaving like this. If there is a serious grievance that must be addressed, then yeah, of course. And there are plenty of times where I do actually take a deep breath and go, you know what? You guys are right. I'm sorry for the way I behaved here. But this is not one of those moments. This is a consistent gripe that I've had over the course of the past 8 fucking years of this goddamn career that I've built here in this goddamn community that I've built. Okay? What leftists and anyone in progressive politics fails to realize that being a leftist does not make you an inherently good person. Leftism is understood primarily through advocacy for economic shifts and social programs, meaning that leftism does not address the antisocial and apathetic tendencies that a lot of people have and the ruin it brings to a space. Exactly. It's great. If you're going to be a fucking loyal servant that fights against capital, then great. You know, if you're going to be a loyal servant to the proletariat, I'm right there with you. It's fucking awesome. But you can't come in here and shit around the place, okay? This is a twice a year rant. Put the movement first before your feelings. Exactly. And I hope to God you guys don't behave around other people when you're in an actual organization, because, oh my Lord, this shit is so poisonous. HR leftism is a great term for it. To be honest, most of this kind of behavior I only meet online with other leftists. I know. It's because most people like this get pushed out of real organizations, because they get consistently pushed out of real organizations because they behave like this around other people. And the other people then turn around and go, okay, you're fucking insane. Look, like they're still chirping. Like this person, they're still chirping. I'm an eldest immigrant daughter. You think your yelling pushes me away? Who am I, Hassan? Tell me. Here we go. The Hassan mind can't possibly comprehend people having legitimate concerns and sincere beliefs. No, I can. I'm saying your concern is illegitimate, okay? Your concern that you think is real is actually not real. It's illegitimate. That's the point. And you already demonstrated that by saying, remember, this all started because you had to argue that sundown towns are cool. Yeah, if that was your concern, then it would be legitimate. If all of a sudden a streamer that you've been watching that you think is progressive came out of the gate swinging for sundown towns and how cool they are, yeah, that would be a legitimate concern. It'd probably be more concerning for you and how fucking stupid you have been. You must have been the biggest moron for the last couple of years. A person that you financially supported for 6 months, as a matter of fact, with subscriptions, was actually advocating for sundown towns this whole time. How could we have been so stupid? How could we have been so stupid? If that was a legitimate concern, yes. The problem is That is an illegitimate concern, and deep down inside you recognize that. That's why you have to bastardize a position that I do not hold in order to justify the fucking self-aggrandizing positions that you have here, okay? That's it. It's not real analysis. I hope this is a sobering moment for you. I hope this is a moment of recognition for the way you behave, because if you behave like this in the real world, you're going to fucking push people away instantly. Or if you're going to behave like this in the real world, don't tell people that you're a leftist or a socialist. Tell them you're a fucking Republican. You know, just go around telling people you're a Republican, and this is the fucking smarmy, annoying attitude you demonstrate as a Republican. Okay? That's it. That's my argument. That's my point. That's what I'm frustrated by. But you will never get it because in your mind, you think it's actually a fucking valid concern. A valid concern if this was true. How is this any different than the fucking fantasies that Republicans have about things that are not happening? How is this any different than the reactionary ways of thinking that we make fun of with Republicans, where Republicans actually hallucinate a problem and then get really mad about it? Because you're doing that, but wokely. Oh, don't refresh, just ban. I'm going to refresh and then ban. Sobering? Bro, this is entertaining. How long can you keep this crash out going? Oh, dude, yeah. I wasn't actually getting bitched at by a 34-year-old Twitch streamer that I've fucking financially supported in a community that I enjoy being a part of for the better half of the last 30 minutes as a 40-year-old dipshit from fucking Oregon who tries to present himself as like the champion of woke. It was actually fun for me. I really made you crash out, bro. Fucking idiot. You sound like one of these goddamn gray sock account trolls. Okay? A dude that came in as a first-time chatter. Oh, I was just pretending, dude. I was just trying to piss you off. Moron. You're fucking 40 years old, dude. Wake up. God, what a fucking pathetic way of existence. Holy shit.
White country for the first time in the 2040s. Are you concerned about that?
Of course I'm concerned about that. And look at what's happened in South Africa, right? White people used to run that country. When the tides turned and political control was given to non-white people there, people have to live behind bars and be very cautious. There's private security everywhere.
But these fears aren't confined to rural Arkansas.
The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country.
They're everywhere.
In political terms, this policy is called the Great Replacement.
And the name of one white minority country keeps coming up.
Terrible things are happening in South Africa. The leadership is doing some terrible things, horrible things. So,
indeed, Eric took inspiration from a whites-only town in South Africa for what he's building here in Arkansas.
Many of us imagine, what is this going to look like when we are actually a minority? And so we see what's happening in South Africa and we say, is that going to be us?
Trump has even claimed a so-called white genocide is happening in South Africa.
But it's a genocide that's taking place that you people don't want to write about.
Welcome to the United States of America.
He's used this as a reason to open up the US refugee program to white South Africans. Something that in the US has become the butt of late-night jokes.
President Trump has signed an executive order giving refugee status to white people from South Africa. You know, I could have sworn that white people had it good in South Africa. Must be the Mandela effect.
Specifically, Trump is giving refugee status to Afrikaners.
These are the descendants of the people who created the most diabolical system of white supremacy in human history, apartheid.
I traveled to Alabama to meet one of the new Afrikaners.
Yes, I know the chatter we banned is the same chatter from yesterday, woke scolding us on about his not knowing how to make a land acknowledgement. I know. I didn't deal with it yesterday because I thought they would be more normal if it was a other issue. But of course, slowly but surely, the very same people that start off like that, yes, when I was trying to do a land acknowledgement and jokingly saying, like, isn't there a fucking blueprint for how you can just, like, do one of these things? That was the chatter who was losing their fucking mind. Yes, I know. I am very aware that that was the same fucking username. I'm going to be so for real with all of you. If you think that kind of behavior is actually totally appropriate, you don't have a space here, okay? If you are the most woke person on the fucking planet, I'm always there by your side, okay? But if that's the way you present yourself, if that's the way you carry yourself, that means you are just not serious about anything and you just want your voice to be heard. You want to make a fucking fuss. That's it. That's it. You're selfish, and you want to selfishly make the conversation revolve around you. Pick better fucking fights. But the rest didn't act like that around the Thanksgiving table. If you think that chatter celebrates Thanksgiving, you're crazy. They're either not invited to any Thanksgivings or they don't celebrate Thanksgiving at all. This is a genocidal holiday celebrating colonial occupation and the death and destruction that befall the indigenous population. Are you crazy?
Refugees. Errol, how are you? Nice to meet you. Errol Langton, who had just moved to the US with his family. Could we get 2 of the breakfast sandwiches, please?
You seem happy. I'm very happy. Happier than I've been in a long time. Yeah. Less stressed as well. You know, anybody who knows me, the first thing that they do is, if they haven't seen me in a few months since leaving South Africa, is the first thing is go, you're looking good. You're looking healthy. You're looking like you're getting on top of things.
Where you lived in South Africa, you and your family felt unsafe?
We are very nomadic. So we've lived in multiple locations as a family. And in multiple locations, I've had the same kind of sense of, I'm just waiting for something bad to happen. Yeah. And I've had bad things happen.
In 2003, Errol says he was stabbed 15 times in his home. He says the intruder was black, but he doesn't know if the attack was racially motivated.
Is there a white genocide in South Africa? I feel that's a little bit of a loaded question because genocide, the definition of genocide is such that you can interpret it any way you want. Do I believe there's a white genocide? Yes, I do. They want it to be a black country. And if that's not the definition of genocide, I don't know what is. Again, it's not always just about murdering. The term is eradication, by whatever means.
So how has the idea of white persecution in South Africa taken such a strong hold in the US?
I think one could say that a lot of the problems that we experience in South Africa today might be experienced by countries like America in the future.
A lot of it is down to this man, Ernst Roots, an Afrikaner who's made multiple trips to Washington, D.C. and has appeared all across conservative media.
Especially farmers in South Africa, white farmers in particular.
I don't know if this shit is just let themselves exile, though. I think they have broader ambitions to assimilate wherever they do this bullshit. They're trying to set up communities in rural areas near me. Yeah, obviously, if it's like coming near your fucking hometown, that's an entirely different equation. Okay? Who the fuck wants there to be a Klan rally next door? The joke that I'm making is that they're literally in bumfuck Arkansas, hundreds of miles away from other humans. Okay? The entire point of sundown towns that are and how damaging it is because it's the only fucking it's the only town with its own municipality, its own municipal structure, with its own cops, running water in a large stretch of road. This is not even a town to begin with. And it most likely will never become a town. Yeah, this is basically my Florida project, but people doing it on their own in Arkansas. Any word on the genocide in Sudan, or is South Africa the only country in Africa that matters to you? Chatter, I have done a lot of coverage on it. If you're sincerely interested in hearing what my thoughts are on Sudan, then I highly recommend you watch any number of different YouTube videos that I've done on this. Is it true that Hassan is worth over 150 million, or was the person saying that lying? Why is someone spreading that he's worth 150 million? Has Hassan ever visited sub-Saharan Africa? Why are you against visiting sub-Saharan Africa? Huh. Yeah, I'm not worth 150 million. I'm worth 150 billion. Yeah, another asking real questions chatter is with a B, not a M. Is the RSF poised to win the civil war due to their support from the UAE and the US? The RSF is poised to win the civil war because it's not a real civil war. It's just a genocide. But yes, due to their support from the UAE and the lack of interest from the rest of the world to actually address any of that or even offer any punishments to the United Arab Emirates.
They would be tortured to death and it would receive very little news coverage, and that's unfortunately.
One of the lessons from South Africa is when white people or Westerners become a minority, the threats and the targeting doesn't stop, it becomes worse.
So you view this as a fight bigger than just for South Africa. It is for Western civilization.
We do believe that Western civilization is under threat. I think America should look to South Africa and be concerned.
How important has Donald Trump been for putting the Afrikaner issue on the world stage?
Well, he's been fundamental, and he's played a very important role.
Death, 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 horrible death.
Rute's message has made it to the White House.
Excuse me, turn the lights down and just put this on. It's right behind you.
When President Trump showed videos of what he said was evidence of white persecution in South Africa.
Now this is very bad. These are burial sites right here. Burial sites, over 1,000 of white farmers.
So what is the truth?
These Afrikaners are among the most privileged people on the entire continent.
Everybody got all hot and bothered about, the program being stopped, and, South Africans are now coming in, and how unfair that is, and all these whiteys getting an opportunity when there's people somewhere else that should be getting an opportunity. I think it's utter bullshit.
Do Americans need to be worried? What really is going on in South Africa? We went there to find out.
Someone I used to be friends with when I was a kid believes this shit. It's so depressing. Oh my God.
Website not found. Following an exclusive News Channel 5 investigation, 2 notorious websites used by neo-Nazis targeting children are now...
So loud. Sky News actually made a doc on the whites only community, 1.7 million views. All right, let's watch it.
What we've done here is establish a place where we have control over who our neighbors are, and that is just for the sake of preserving, our culture.
And that culture, effectively, we're saying this is a white culture, a white...
You sound depressed? I am depressed. How can you not be? Everything is shit. The world is fucking falling apart. Racists are winning, okay? Everywhere. And dumb fuck leftists are mad at a fucking Twitch streamer. And even and a much larger, I promise you, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, you will see reverberations of this conversation that took place. Because anytime I pop off on a dumb fuck chatter, the most annoying douchebags that self-identify as fucking leftists or liberals will make endless amounts of videos off of this shit, okay? And slop tubers will farm it. Hassan is crashing out. Hassan is getting canceled by his own community. Tens of millions of views. And the saddest part about it is that sometimes I wish my imagination was more stunted. Okay? Because the saddest part about it is there are people who could so easily be convinced, people with a good moral compass that would otherwise be like, oh, let me check in to see what this guy was saying. Those guys will watch those fucking brain-breaking, thought-terminating slop tubers and go, yeah, fuck this guy. And then we lose those guys to the right-wing pipeline eventually because they're just rudderless. Okay? That's what I'm sad about. That's what I'm always sad about. See? Don't you sort of think you're reaping what you sow a little bit? I mean, it's literally always a 40-month chatter. First of all, that was a 6-month chatter. These are the people you created, homie. The chickens are coming home to roost. Like, all of these, for the record, all of these fucking losers that behave like this, all of the fucking hyper scrutinizing, endless puritanical spiral enjoying leftists actually give Asmongold's audience a fantastic opportunity to sit around and jerk off about how fucking dumb we are on the left. Because we are. Okay? It's guys like this that make out like bandits here. They look at us and then we laugh at us. Okay? Some of the most hateful, most bigoted, neck-bearded losers love this kind of constant fucking crash out infused discourse on the left. Okay, look, he's saying chickens come home to roost. I'm here to watch you fall apart. Do you understand? Yeah. I can't help but feel like you have some accountability. It's always a 40-month subscriber. Do you not feel like you've created some of these people, bro? How can we make land acknowledgments when there's a gender slide going on? I don't think I'm saying this that is any different than people saying there was a trans genocide here in the U.S. Do you understand? Do you get it? Anaphase is right earlier. The new meta is dipshits coming in here just to do this. No, this is not the new meta. It's been the old meta. It's been the forever meta. It's just that every other wave of like quote unquote fake cancellation leads to more and more people doing this for fun as a sport. You understand? I wish people in the extremely online left would be a little bit more critical in the way that they operate, in the way that they behave. The end game of politics is amassing as much clout as yourself as possible. Yes, of course. You're misreading good intention people as rage bait again? What? You think this is a good intention person? Are you okay? With all respect, this was a weird hill. The left is not losing law. With all respect, this was a weird hill to die on. Donald Trump, as the United States of American president, just released one of the most racist rants I've seen in recent American history from a president. Okay? In the aftermath of 2 National Guardsmen being shot by a CIA death squad guy from Afghanistan, turned around and shifted the blame over to Muslims, just openly, just saying Muslims, Somalis, they're invading this country. We're going to shut off shithole third world nations from coming into the country. I mean, just pure white supremacy. Okay? We're living in a state that is like bouldering in the direction of fascism, and you're over here being like, the left is not losing. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, sure, there's a lot to be hopeful for in terms of organizing, but let's be fucking real for a goddamn moment. Like, people trying to make a mountain out of a molehill in a time like this because of their own inability or lack of interest in understanding nuance or understanding that someone's capable of making fucking jokes in one of the only fucking progressive communities that is sizable in a sea of hatred everywhere. Like, what are we talking about? This is unimaginably unproductive. And I really hope people don't behave like this when they're not anonymous online. You know, I hope they're not doing this IRL. It's crazy. We're not going to build shit. People wear their socially maladaptive behavior like a fucking badge of honor on here. It's fucking annoying.
It's only place.
White American culture.
Over the last year and a half, high up in the Ozark Hills in the state of Arkansas, dozens of people have been working hard, leveling the land, building houses. They call it an intentional community based around shared ancestry, a long-winded way of saying something really quite simple.
I think we would generally be called far right, sure.
It's called Return to the Land, and they invited me in.
A lot of people are going to be, why are you making Nazi references?
Right. Well, why wouldn't I?
A seemingly bucolic and sometimes surreal experience. But this is built on a radical modern premise, made possible because of a new political and technological moment. One with strong ties to the most active far-right groups in the US. Instead of taking to the streets, they are building their own, for generations to come.
It's important for me to do this for my ancestors, my friends, my family, my children, my children's children.
But in this southern US state, people who have lived through segregation once fear it is returning.
Dude, it's so crazy. It's so crazy to me that you could just like get this experience with running water and sewage in any American exurb or suburb. But like the mere prospect of having like a black mailman is enough for these guys to literally escape to the mountains of Arkansas. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, that is so wild. Because, like, this level of white segregation already pretty much exists as a consequence of redlining. And these guys are like, nah, there might be randomly someone with melanin that I might encounter. Like, how sensitive are you? Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck.
When you hear things like that, it causes you to be fearful and you don't know who to trust.
Its founder says he is building a fortress for the white race.
It's a racial association. I kind of want to ask you, after seeing this, do you think what we're doing is immoral?
Arkansas, in the southern United States.
Welcome to Little Rock, where the local time is 4:27.
The last few years, I've been exploring how an ethno-nationalist movement has been organizing online.
This guy,
a network that aims to define...
This is the perfect journalist to send there. They're going to be like, oh, you're one of our own. Welcome.
Countries by ethnicity, but which links across borders. And this is the place that one group has chosen to put that into radical, real-world action.
You want a white nation? Build a white town. It can be done, and we're doing it.
Haven't white people been taught that no matter what they do, they will always be racist? I think that's why we are seeing things like this happen. Yeah, dude, totally. Yeah, white supremacy is a direct response to people saying white people are racist across the board. You're totally right. Come on, chatter. As I already explained, there are plenty of fucking places that already have running water and sewage that are this racist and this racially segregated. These guys are extra. These guys are extra white supremacists. They're specifically trying to build a white supremacist enclave. Okay. Also, as a white person myself, I get told all the time that I am racially insensitive or I have blind spots. And I'm not just like any regular kind of white person. I am a white person that has spent the last 12 years of my professional media career criticizing white supremacy and educating people on white supremacy. And yet people still fucking say that shit. Okay? What are you, some kind of pussy? What the fuck's wrong with you? You hear someone say, oh, all white people are racist, and you're like, oh, I guess I'll show them by becoming racist. The fuck? Have some conviction. Have some courage. Have some intellectual honesty. I can't stand people that go, you've given me no choice but to become the racist you always suspected me of being.
It is an extreme view, but it draws on more familiar arguments. That mass immigration is out of control, that Western societies are in danger of losing their fundamental character as a result.
So one of the arguments here is that this isn't about persecution of an ethnic identity, but protection of an ethnic identity, and that identity happens to be white. So we're going here now up into these pretty remote woods to really put that to the test.
We are driving deep into the Ozark Mountains. The group's leaders are not from Arkansas, and they've chosen these remote parts for a reason. All the locals I spoke to knew only a little about the group, if anything.
I don't necessarily agree with it, but that's not my choice.
Yeah, but do you think they should have the freedom to do it?
That's what they want to do.
I think it's kind of a little fishy around here, but just be safe.
The leader of the group is called Eric Orwell, and he's invited me to spend a few days with them.
Hey, Eric.
He insists what he is doing here is entirely legal, and that's key, because if it is, it could be a blueprint for many other communities to come.
Welcome to the Ozarks.
Thank you very much.
What we've done here is establish a place where we have control over who our neighbors are, and that is just for the sake of preserving, our culture.
And that culture, effectively, we're saying this is a white culture, a whites-only place.
White American culture. Yeah, not just white, but white American.
But what this sounds like is bringing back segregation. Is that a fair assessment?
Well, I mean, it's free association. So we're not...
What do you mean it's free association? Okay, so a black person can freely associate with you? I mean, it's kind of the opposite of free association, don't you think? It's so funny. See, he's still trying to be woke while being a Nazi is fucking hilarious. There ain't no way this actually succeeds. There's just no shot.
Not trying to keep other people down. This is a small settlement in the middle of the Ozarks.
But they are being kept out
well, I mean, you don't let everyone into your home.
160 acres taking shape, forest cleared, roads laid, cabins built. Around 40 people live here. Hundreds more from across the world have paid to be members. And I'm intrigued to find out what motivates people to give up their old lives for this.
We met here.
Oh, you met here? I guess he came here.
I met her on like day 3. So.
Yeah.
Oh my God, what a story. It beats Tinder, doesn't it? Like.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
David and Caitlin not only met here, they got
It
married.
beats Tinder, doesn't it? Is a brother, you are in a white supremacist enclave. This is a cult. That's crazy. What do you mean it beats Tinder?
Married last month. And they wouldn't be here without social media.
Somebody had posted a video of Eric.
Yeah.
I saw videos of them actually building stuff on.
Oh my God, look at celery, carrot, the worst hamburger I've ever seen. Okay, it's over. Brother, you can't even make a good burger. Like, you can't even have a good grilling session. The fuck is the point, dude? The fuck is the point? You deserve to eat the shit burger for the rest of your goddamn life in your bumfuck white supremacist inbred enclave, dude. God damn. God damn, this shit is so ass, bro. Imagine being so fucking racist. You moved to the mountains of Arkansas, bro. Holy shit. Destined for a lifetime of eating the worst food of all time. Oh, they're doing the Florida Project to themselves. I'll allow it.
Land, I was like, oh man, I gotta come check this out.
And I figure if there's nothing else like this in the country, like it should at least exist.
Yeah.
Like, do people really think that we should never be able to choose our neighbors?
It wouldn't be controversial for any other racial group to do the same thing.
I think it'd be quite controversial.
Well, if you don't have rules.
Yeah, like this guy's gonna be like, oh, well, what about Chinatown? It's like, first of all, any sort of enclave of that sort was created as a matter of protection because there was also real harm being done. No such comparison exists with white people in a country like the United States of America, a white nation, okay? A nation founded through genocide of the indigenous population by white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, okay? And even then, you can move to Chinatown as a non-Chinese. Okay, Little Italy exists, and you can move there as a non-Italian. The difference, of course, is that not only are white people, or at least like, people of European white heritage, are not being attacked or systematically eviscerated or harmed or bullied on the virtues of whiteness in a country like the United States of America, but also you have designed this little enclave specifically on the basis of exclusion, deliberate exclusion.
Against it, then, anyone of any race can come and be your neighbor, and they're watching the news, which is telling you that white people are, the cause of all your problems and all the ills of society, and suddenly, your children are much less safe because there's a lot of violence, anti-white violence happening to white people and white children.
Oh my God. Yeah, this is mental illness. Oh, what are you saying, bro? This is like the incel school shooter that becomes an incel school shooter because they heard someone say all men are trash. Oh, stuff like this makes me think we really do need to regulate the internet better, I think. I don't know how that would work. But like, goddamn, dude, we're just not responsible enough. We're not educated enough to be able to handle free flow of information, and specifically misinformation. He said white people are actually under attack, dude. Lobotomy, brother, the internet gave this guy a lobotomy already.
Specifically sort of motivated by racism against white people. What sort of things? The heavens are about to...
I'd like to continue talking, but the rain starts and it comes down hard. The residents shelter in their cabins and night falls. The next morning. This is how the average weekend works at Return to the Land, or RTTL. What they call a work party, made up of residents, but also new recruits who have come to check out the project. It is hot, hard work. To join RTTL, you have to sign up to the Private Members Association, or PMA. And there are strict criteria for membership, as Scott Thomas, a board member and one of the founding fathers here, explains.
You have to be a PMA member to live here.
Yeah.
So you have to be someone of...
White man never see a piece of land that didn't need a fence, even in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, who's coming over, man? Who are you fencing out?
European heritage.
The group's logo, based on a Nordic rune, draws on that heritage. It is the PMA that the group believes makes this all legal. Once members have been vetted on ethnicity and other grounds, they can buy shares in the Limited Liability Company, or LLC.
That's got it.
Those
This is a
shares
scam. Okay, this is one hundo-p a scam.
translate to acres of land that they can build on. Peter Seri is the brains behind the legal side of things.
Civil Rights Act is there for a reason, and this is a way around it.
Yeah.
Do you think you'll survive contact with the legal system, the courts, if it came to that?
Hopefully.
Do you think it's racist or not? Do you reject that term? Do you embrace it?
I don't know about that term. I mean, people use it in a lot of different ways. I'm sure there's a lot of people on the internet who would call me racist. I don't really know or care whether that term applies to me or not. Maybe.
Scott, what do you think?
Oh, wow. He's not automatically claiming he's not racist, Yeah, we know, brother. We get it.
Yeah, I almost don't know what racist means anymore. Like it's
prejudice towards someone who's from a different ethnicity.
Oh, well, actually, the modern definition of racism, according to critical race theory, all white people are racist automatically.
I don't know about all white people, but all white people at this commune definitely are racist. Because it's a whites only, white supremacist enclave led by a guy who won't even say, I don't know about racism. I mean, maybe I'm a racist. Who knows? Why are people so upset about a bunch of folks LARPing in the forest? I mean, I'm not even upset. But I can't even make fun of them without someone fucking putting words in my goddamn mouth. I mean, it's just a congregation of open neo-Nazis. You know what I mean? They're not just like Boy Scouts. They're also organizing around white supremacy. Let's be real. That's their leader? No, that's their legal mind, the legal scholar behind this all.
A lot of this is reaction to left-wing identity politics, critical race theory, and movements like Black Lives Matter. And fundamentally, this is identity politics, but white identity politics. And what they're building here is...
Isn't this just racist Amish? Yes, that's what I was thinking as well. No, they're trying to do Amish shit, but they have no technical skills. Like, they have no skills in home building and shit like that. The Amish can build a mean home, you know what I mean? But yeah, they're basically the racist version of that. Actually, I don't know how racist the Amish are. Amish are racist too, yeah. These guys are racist Amish without learning how to churn the butter. Also, I'm seeing a far larger number of men than women here, for the record.
It's a safe space for people of European ancestry.
It's exclusionary, it's sort of an attempt at segregation.
Right.
Aren't Amish pacifists? No, those are Quakers.
Is that fair?
Probably.
While the men labour at the roadside, the women of Return to the Land are at work too, looking after the 6 children who live and are homeschooled here full time.
Oh no.
And they're preparing food for the weekly community
6 victims
dinner. The theme tonight, colonial.
I don't know, dinner's really important. I like feeding people, so I didn't want to put this off any longer than I already had.
Back in the day,
Hey, no, wait, come on. No spices? For real? Are you actually?
when we
come
first
on.
got
Spice
the
them
land
bad
here,
boys,
there
please.
were only about 5 guys.
Oh my God, it's real. It's not even a joke. She's just not putting no spices on that.
I was living 40 minutes from here, and Jennifer was the first, family to be on the land full time. So we started community dinners back then, and it would be pretty relaxed because there weren't many people. But it is nice. It's slowly growing. So
They've come here to live for a variety of reasons, but their dedication to the mission is absolute.
My name's Nikki, N-I-K-I. I'm 32.
Cool.
I'm a lady.
my name's Allison, A-L-I-S-O-N. I'm 29.
Right.
And Caitlin, C-A-I-T-L-I-N. I'm 31.
I think people just have a large misunderstanding of what's happening here.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What's the biggest mistake?
No, I think people totally understand what's going on. What do you mean? It's a white-only enclave, man. Designed by white supremacists. The fuck do you mean? What's the misunderstanding?
Understanding.
Well,
that we hate everyone else.
She's gonna be like, well, we do put spices in our food. I mean, I use salt and pepper, for example.
Yeah, it's not about that by any means.
It's a loving movement.
I mean, on that aspect of it being loving, I suppose the counter argument would be it could be a very loving community.
I don't understand. Like, why are they trying to wokeify white supremacy? Just wear it on your fucking sleeve. I mean, you are wearing it on your chest. You got a Nordic rune on every fucking... You got a Nordic rune that says whites only on every tree. What do you mean? No, it's a misunderstanding. We're actually woke. It's just funny because, like, I keep reiterating this, but it's Arkansas. It's Arkansas. There are already... It's like a sundown state for the most part. So the very fact that you were like, no... because there might be like some brown people around that you basically decided to self-exile to the mountainside is you're extra racist. Like, how is that possible? How is that possible? It doesn't make sense that you would just still be like, no, I'm actually not. We love everybody. Yeah, because they think leftist woke is making America fail. They're white woke. Okay.
If you're part of the community, but if you're black, or if you're Jewish, or if you're gay, You can't be part of that community.
They can have their own communities, and they already do, and I think that's great for them. If other people are allowed to do it, I don't really see why whites aren't allowed to do it. It doesn't make any sense.
But the goal is to have lots of these communities and for it maybe not to be rural, for there to be cities on the same basis, right?
Yeah, that would be neat. I look forward to seeing how this movement grows over time.
There are other ways to increase numbers. Nikki, Caitlin and Alison all met their partners at the community. And RTTL is explicit about this. It has an online fundraiser to give cash rewards to parents of newborns as a means to incentivise population growth. Just before we arrived, they had donated $1,000 to a family for having their 6th child.
Is that part of the mission as well, to sort of have big families, to make the community bigger? Is there a sort of pressure there?
I don't think so. I don't feel...
My best friend's a comms director for an Arkansas House rep. He said that place is in Crawford's district and we make fun of him for it. Dude, even the racist Arkansas reps are making fun of these guys. Making fun of the reps for having these dudes in their district. That's awesome. They're like, we're the regular kind of racist, not whatever the fuck these guys are on. Is it going to be a Netflix documentary after they have their first commune shooter scenario? Oh, you mean a school shooting, a homeschool shooting? This is just white Zionism? Okay, unlike Israel, though, this is truly a land without people. Like, historic Palestine existed and there were people there. These guys chose the one plot of land where there is unironically no goddamn people. This holler was promised to them 300 years ago.
Particularly myself, I don't feel any pressure to like have a big family. I think there's a kind of expectation here that you do want to, as part of helping grow this thing, that you're going to have kids.
There's not a lot to show around here. I basically just have the whole pasture area.
Peter is unattached. This is his homestead. He's been on a journey. He told me he used to be a liberal, a hippie even.
The knife is a tool. It has to be very sharp in order to cut properly.
He founded a commune in Ecuador.
Oh, that makes sense as to why he was he was at least educated enough to get a law degree. Of course. He was a liberal and he went to college and he got a law degree. And then he did this like freak ass hippie commune shit already. And then somewhere along the road, he just snapped.
An intentional community based not on ethnicity, but veganism.
I can't begin to explain to you how fucked this guy's vibes are, which I think is you know, something you can all see, right?
Yeah.
He's also immersed in internet culture, someone who delights in provoking reactions, a troll. On the group chat on the messaging app Telegram, he's posted the numbers 1488. The 14 refers to the 14.
Oh, shit, dude. I couldn't figure out that this guy was a Nazi, but now that I've seen the 1488, I'm convinced. Yeah, he built a fucking whites-only commune, man.
In words, a white supremacist slogan. And H is the 8th letter of the alphabet. So 88 means HH, which means Heil Hitler.
Because you put that in the Telegram, for instance. What does that mean when you place that in Telegram 1488?
Well, I use it as kind of like a funny comment, throwback.
As part of that Nazi discussion, another frequent topic on the online chat is the Holocaust. Usually minimized, sometimes even mocked.
But the Holocaust, you know, stands as a unique crime in the history of
Well, that's your
humanity,
opinion.
really.
I think the Holodomor was much worse than the Holocaust. That's my opinion. I mean, we're allowed to have opinions.
Yeah.
Wow. Another double genocide liberal. You see why the double genocide theory oftentimes is advanced by Nazis? You just saw it in action. There's a whole ass Holocaust denying Nazi. Look at his little dumbass smirk.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can say they're both bad. The Holocaust was bad.
But do you know anything about the Holodomor?
Yeah, in Ukraine, the famine, I know a little bit about it, and I know it was awful too, and it was sort of deliberate, but we can also agree the Holocaust is bad.
Well, you know, we don't have to say that one was objectively worse than the other.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying, like, was the Holocaust?
Wait, you said it. You said one was objectively worse than the other. Why are you getting back on that? You just said that, you know, the USSR was worse than the Nazis.
A bad thing.
So basically all I'm saying is that I don't really see it as concerning that people are talking about Hitler when it's acceptable, it's publicly, socially acceptable in the United States for leftists to support Chairman Mao.
It's quite difficult to agree on even the very bare minimum here.
Okay, wait, first of all, Holodomor and Chairman Mao? Really? Mao Zedong did Holodomor? Is that what the argument is? The fuck? But yeah, I know this motherfucker is gonna watch this video now. Okay? This dude is 100 P, a fucking hate watcher, straight up. He don't got internet out there. I'm sure he figures it out somehow.
It's just interesting, sort of, when we're coming to talking about the Holocaust, it's always about something else. And, I think most people would agree the Holocaust was a bad thing.
Right.
But you're not willing to agree with that.
What, do you want to talk about the whole? I mean, it
fine.
seems like an interesting subject, but
it is an interesting subject. I also think that was a bad thing, but I think the Holocaust was a bad thing too.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, are you asking me a question?
Yeah, I'm asking you, do you think the Holocaust was bad?
Yeah. Yeah, I think the Holocaust was bad.
RTTL is based on exclusion, but that also means building community for those allowed inside. This isn't just for our camera's benefit, to present a veneer of clean, healthy living. It's central to the project. Like many far-right movements before them, RTTL's mission is to show that by excluding others, they can live purer, more natural lives. As they put it on their website, to cultivate wholesomeness, beauty, health, and hope. Let's talk about hope. As much as RTTL might like, they do not exist in a separate world. Pocahontas is the nearest town to the settlement, and hope means something different for Pat Johnson.
I'm Tom.
I'm Pat.
Oh, you're Pat. Lovely to meet you, Pat. How are you?
We met her before we went up into the hills.
It was about 25 students that attended school here.
The whole
and
time,
off.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really tiny. There you are.
Yes.
Second from bottom. How old are you in that photo?
I don't know. I think probably about 12 or 13.
This is the school she attended in the 1950s, a school for black children only, because she was not allowed to be educated with white people. Unlike the members of Return to the Land, she is Arkansas born and bred. For the first 15 years of her life, she lived under segregation.
We could not go to school together. We couldn't eat together. We couldn't do everyday things together. Each day that you leave your home, you are under rejection.
And Pat had hoped those days had gone.
When you hear things like that, it causes you to be fearful, and you don't know who to trust.
When I explain what Return to the Land is doing, just half an hour's drive away, she's not so sure. And in her eyes, there's one main reason for that.
And I feel like that's the change of, and I'm just going to say, I think it's the change of our presidency. That's what I'm going to say, because I feel like that's where the change is. It's allowing people to have the right to be open for hatred.
That may be a feeling, but it is also backed by the data. These are all the white supremacist incidents, demonstrations, leafleting, recruitment drives, meetups over the last 4 years in the US, tracked by ACLED, an organisation that monitors violent conflict and protest. There has been a dramatic increase over that period. It has become a background thrum of nationalist activity. Patriot Front is the most active white nationalist organisation in the US right now, according to ACLED. Its leader is Thomas Rousseau.
Foreign races have never successfully assimilated en masse into American culture.
Bro, you're not even a human. You're a hobbit. The fuck do you mean foreign races? How about foreign species, brother? Oh my God. Go back to the Shire, bitch. Fuck you mean? Oh, I can't go on, Frodo looking ass. Bro, what the hell? Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Bro is finger painting size. That's crazy. He looks like he's too small to use a pencil.
Culture and nationality.
And the group has tight links to Return to the Land. Eric and Thomas speak on each other's podcasts and have fast-track membership for both organisations.
Comfy?
Feels good.
Yeah.
It's about time we spoke to Eric.
Less than 50% of children born today in the US are white. I'm white, my kids are white. There is something to your background that informs who you are, your sense of identity. And we don't want that sense of identity being taken away from us involuntarily. So we're taking control.
How is that, like, how could that possibly be taken away from you involuntarily? Like what? The elusive Latina? Is that what's gonna happen? Like they're just gonna trick you? Like what do you... Whiteness is a socio-political construct designed around purity and its proximity to blackness. There can't be like a white genocide through miscegenation. It's not a real genocide. It's just people behaving as normal people do and just not being as racist as you. Like it just, when he says like, oh, we can't have the whiteness go away, it's like, okay. Like how is that gonna happen without enforcement? The only reason why there was some semblance of racial purity for a very long time is because of the exclusivity and the rules against miscegenation. It's such a funny concept because they made it up, right? Like whiteness is something that they made up and they designed it around purity. So when people don't want to believe this idiotic notion, now this made up concept is going away. It's like, yeah, no shit. Yeah, it's going away because you fucking made it up to begin with. What's the problem? Everything in the world is made up. Okay, well, some made up concepts are good and helpful, like the passage of time and being able to contextualize it. And then some made up concepts are fucking idiotic, like whiteness designed around genetic purity, okay? Or a made up concept such as phrenology, scientific racism. This happens to be one of those made up concepts that's not only stupid, but also dangerous in its implementation. It was a violent inception to begin with, and it was so stupid that people were like, come on, man, give it a break. People fought back against it. People succeeded in dismantling this idiotic purity-based legal structure. So now they're worried that white people and black people, or white people and brown people, are hooking up. That's it. That's what their gripe is. Because that's what this means.
Of that situation and creating an environment where my kids can celebrate their identity and not have it, threatened from outside, I guess.
But why is that threatening you? Why is that an issue that you've had to address? There will always be white people.
Well, I'm feeling a little nervous now in the interview.
Yeah.
We are forced to accept people into our neighborhoods, into our businesses, and into our lives who won't share our background, who won't share many of our cultural priors, even moral priors. We don't have a rule stating, if you have X amount of non-European ancestry, you're definitely out. In many cases, yeah, that would disqualify someone.
Were I to apply to the PMA and my views were different, I'd probably be allowed in. Do you think that's likely? I know it's a case-by-case basis, but just off the top of your head.
Yeah, possibly we would accept you in the PMA.
I don't understand white American culture, but you'd rather have me in that case. I just wonder, though, whether some people watching this, having heard all this intellectualizing, this rhetoric, would say, fine, but actually at heart, this is just, it is just prejudice, it is just bigotry, it is just lowest common denominator racism dressed up in these arguments.
And I would just question the moral frame. Why is it wrong to identify with your own people, want an integrated culture where you can be yourself?
Just to boil it down to what for you is the definition of racism?
Dude, small bean white supremacy is so crazy. Like, total cultural victory for the woke, I guess. That you got straight up Klansmen being like, oh, little old me. Excuse me. I mean, this is a place for preservation. Dude, you can go anywhere in America and there are places that are just as racist, it's so crazy. It's like, oh, well, us white people, we need a safe space. Really? Really? Yeah, you got one. It's called the country club, Pretty much everywhere you go is a safe space for white people. I just don't, it's called Boston. Ugh.
When I was a kid, I suppose I interpreted racism to be judging someone solely on the basis of their race. And is that a good or bad thing. I think this basic moral consensus treats it as automatically a bad thing without a lot of reflection.
He's saying, like, you know, I hate the moral consensus around racism being automatically disqualifying. Wow, I'm glad you learned better that racism's sometimes good.
This is my last day here, and before I go, I want to speak to John. Not a leader like Eric or Pete or Scott, but an acolyte, a young one and newly arrived. He's only been here a month.
So I'm trying to knock off some of this more good topsoil, give it some more...
We'd seen him when we first came up. He guided us in on his bicycle.
It's just you have a community where you feel like you belong here. You have people you can talk to, and I can't explain it. It's too beautiful. It's nice.
He'd been working on Scott's new house over the weekend. In return for his labour, he gets cheap rent. John dropped out of college, and he's worked jobs all over the United States. He's 26, younger than the leaders who are all in their 30s. If they are the recruiters, he is the perfect recruit. John, the primary motivation was...
Oh, brother, you know his ass dropped out of college because of anti-white racism.
Financial.
To me, it's economical. It's an economic decision, right? And, you know, everything
also, yeah, he's doing serfdom. They're doing racialized serfdom. Dude, white people love capitalism, bro. I swear to God. They're doing white slavery. Respect. Respect. Oh, I'm sorry. When the Ottomans were doing it, everybody was mad. All of a sudden, when other white people in America are doing it to other white people, boom, then it's fine. Is that what we're doing here? Everybody hated the Dev Shirman program when the Ottomans were doing it. They were real pissed off. How dare you? How dare you enslave the whites of the Balkans and elevate them to the highest rungs of Ottoman society? How dare you do such a thing? Meanwhile, this guy is literally just a straight up serf. Yeah, he still pays rent too. It's even funnier.
It just kind of falls in line. Yeah. But the main thing to me is cheap land. Everything else is a bonus.
You've got 2 levels here.
Yep. Got a loft up top, and this is the main area.
It's a living area down here. So it's quite comfy, right?
It is quite comfy. As for excluding people, I don't see it that way. We're trying to embrace our culture.
Bro, we can't even escape landlords by moving to fucking racist ass bumfuck nowhere. Yeah, that's the craziest thing, dude. Like, being relegated to permanent renter status and as a serf in 160 acres of untapped land is wild. Like, at no point did you realize, like, hey, motherfucker, let me build my own house in one of these plots. Nope. You're supposed to be a serf in racist land. That's awesome. That is awesome. You are such a fucking loser, dude. You are so stupid. Like, you could have done this in every other formation. The whole point is that you're supposed to not be a peasant here, right? You're supposed to be a king in your own plot of land. Nope. Yeah, sidekick in your own dream type shit. Exactly.
And our heritage. It's been denigrated, if you ask me. We've turned into a melting pot of a country for a long time now.
There is one last thing before I go. A concert put on in honor of our visit.
This first piece that Peter and I are performing, it's called The Virginia Colonies by Fred Cooper.
Eric himself takes this.
Stop. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Oh no. Oh, that's so bad. That is, oh brother. It's like, it's designed like a meme. What the fuck? Ass food, terrible music, no joy in your life. You're literally a fucking peasant. That guy is gonna shoot up the rest of the colony, I think.
This is a Baroque flute, also known as the German flute or the penny whistle. It was a very popular instrument in colonial America.
It's not easy to look tough with a flute, even if it's German. But the audience is rapt.
Would America be better as a white nation state?
Better in what sense?
Would you prefer, completely blank slate, America is just an ethnically white country?
I would probably feel more comfortable there because I'm white, and that's the way that this country was when my ancestors came here.
You also talk about Hitler in your videos a couple of times when you've talked about people who are waiting around for a new Hitler to come. Mm-hmm. And you said he's not going to show up. You have to do the work for that Hitler to arrive.
Hitler is a very controversial historical figure. I think the mainstream view is one-sided. It's informed by World War II propaganda, but also the contrary position that Hitler did nothing wrong that many people online say, that's also a one-sided view. I think all historical figures are complex.
What's this guy's issue with Hitler? That he didn't kill enough? Is that what it is? Is that what he's going to say? He's like, people are wrong, actually. Hitler was too woke. This man is a Hitler centrist.
Dimensional. But when I say like you're gonna have to wait for that new Hitler to arise, I'm not saying you're gonna have to wait for a new person to start a new Holocaust. I'm saying you're gonna have to wait for a charismatic leader who's going to advocate for your interests, because that's how a lot of people see Hitler. I'm addressing how they think of Hitler, not my own view.
There are other PMAs, other bits of land that are going ahead.
Yeah, there are 2 other groups, actually 3, organizing, one in Appalachia.
This is what Twitter Maoists think is the average American. They're not wrong.
One in the Pacific Northwest, and then another one here in Arkansas.
So this is the growing movement.
Right now it's growing very quickly. Yeah, we have applicants every week. I would like to see more communities so that people in all parts of the U.S. have this as an option if they want it. I would also like to see us network and branch out.
I always describe Hitler as charismatic first, then I stop. Yeah. No, that was what he was, that was the most important quality. I mean, what is the redeeming quality of Adolf Hitler in this guy's mind, I wonder? The guy who's running the whites-only enclave. What could he be saying? He didn't like Hitler because Hitler was 5'7"? I mean, half of these fucking dudes are 5'7". He's like, no, Hitler killed Hitler. That wasn't good. That wasn't a good move.
Nationally, to a greater extent.
Is there anything you want to talk about that I haven't asked about?
I kind of want to ask you, after seeing this, do you think what we're doing is immoral?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah?
Yeah. And that's not, for me, it is morally objectionable. I think the way we've talked about it is, I don't think it is like a country club. That's the difference. I don't think this is sort of free association. I think you are depriving people of a fundamental right to housing. That's how I see this issue. And I think the reason I'm asking those questions about where it goes from here, I think that is a thought experiment, but I think if you replicated it
He's like, oh, I don't like this. When I saw your bald ass head, I thought, oh, fellow traveler. Now I'm starting to notice that maybe you weren't a skinhead. What the fuck?
Which I think I would be unhappy with how that looked if it were in my country and if I were on the receiving end of it.
You think intentional communities shouldn't be able to associate how they like?
Not on the basis of race. And the Arkansas State Attorney General told us, "This is the first I've heard of these allegations. Racial discrimination has no place in Arkansas or any..."
That's a funny thing for the Arkansas Attorney General to say, dog. Come on. First time I've heard of it. Wait, what? You mean to tell me, wait a minute, they built another racialized whites only enclave in Arkansas? That's crazy.
Anywhere in a free society. These allegations raise all sorts of legal issues, including constitutional concerns. My office is reviewing the matter. This is how members of Return to the Land often spend their evenings, around the campfire. It's not especially kumbaya when it's about keeping other races out. The bulldozer isn't just a novel way to build a fire. It's also a reminder that this group's ambitions extend far beyond cozy get-togethers in the hills.
I think Scott's bringing more wood over. Yeah, we might want to over a second.
The conditions and materials for that to happen, the politics and the technology, have been on hand for some time now. And once set alight, who knows how fiercely it will burn and who the flames will touch.
Here's the Attorney General Griffin declining to make Ethics Commission pick, citing unconstitutionality of the statute. I took an oath to uphold both the Arkansas and United States constitutions, which promise equality under the law regardless of race. Why is he saying that? It's because he has to appoint a new member to the commission that he's refusing to do because the Arkansas Code annotated requires me to ensure that at least one member of a minority race serves on the commission. This requirement is racial discrimination, which is both wrong and unconstitutional. That's awesome. And no, the chatters who suspected of me of not gaming are correct. Yes, I'm too tired. But I will be back tomorrow, and I will be gaming tomorrow. And I also have Chad Weiss tomorrow with Phineas and Pokimane. Not beating the allegations. Okay, 1 day of not gaming and you guys lose your fucking minds. Come on now. That's crazy. It's 1 day of not gaming. Or 2 days now because yesterday was Janksgiving. Anyway, I love you guys and I'll be live tomorrow. Half day Hossie out. You already know what it is, baby. See you tomorrow.
Damn, this guy's good.